if councillors could take their seats, thank you. Tuhia ki te rangi, tuhia ki te whenua, tuhia ki te ngākau o ngā tangata, ko te mea nui, ko te araha, tihe Māori ora. On March the 11th, 2011, Japan experienced a magnitude 9 earthquake, the strongest earthquake in its recorded history. Today is the 10th anniversary of this devastating event, just 18 days after our own commemoration. The Tohoku earthquake caused a tsunami which produced waves up to 40 metres high. More than 15,500 people died. More than 450,000 people became homeless. The tsunami also severely crippled the infrastructure, including, as we recall, the disaster at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. We join with the people of Japan on this day, and I'd like to ask you to stand for a minute's silence. Thank you. I don't have any apologies, so we'll proceed. Declarations of interest, we'll note those where required. Public participation, no, there are no public forum presentations. There are deputations by appointment, but we've asked them to come at 11:15 so that we can proceed with the other items of the agenda first. There are no presentation of petitions.
Councillor Major and I will have an absence for a period.
Yes,
around lunchtime.
It is lunchtime, so if there's a bit of give and take either way, that's fine. The supplementary reports, so I'd like to move that the supplementary reports be included on the agenda for today.
Happy to
seconder for that, Mike Davidson. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. The council minutes. Would someone like to move the council minutes? Sam McDonald, seconder Jimmy Chen. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And we'll just move on to the Community Board monthly reports. So we'll start with Waimairo, Fendleton Waimairi, Herwood Community Board report. David Cartwright, and not Bridget today, and Marianne Lomax, Governance Manager. Thank you.
Good morning all.
Morning.
Marianne is sitting with me. Just first one on the the Wings to Wheels cycleway. Look, very, very happy that the consultation period has been pushed out a bit, obviously through the COVID lockdown and just an attempt to get the message from the community or the feedback from the community. And we're really encouraged that, you know, the opportunity is that we're going to be able to share some and what we see as improvements around it with the wider team, design team. The Apollo Centre at Jelly Park. So just as a piece of background for everybody, this was built just after the earthquakes 10 years ago as a training area for the high performance people within Christchurch. So it has a netball court, it's got some indoor running track, it's got a gym, it's got a pool, a small like a spa pool, endless swimming pool, I guess you've got to call it. This is to be now removed off site, so there's an RFP process going through to remove this at no cost to the council. Yeah, or potentially other community groups using it or taking ownership of it or taking a lease on it. Community safety initiatives. working with the police, the North Canterbury Community Patrols, to look at neighbouring support in our area, just as a feedback that, or a perception at least around, and if we go to the next slide, around just some improvements that the community or individuals can take on their own step just to try and help reduce crime. I think there's a bit of a personal responsibility on everybody's to do their bit. As it says there on the poster, hide it, lock it or lose it. And then Culture Galore, obviously recently 40 stalls, food stalls, great, fantastic day. Feedback from this event is outstanding, always outstanding. The team, the staff at least put in a huge amount of hours to make this successful. Obviously we partner up with the Horsell Hornby Riccarton Community Board, and it is a fantastic event. So even with COVID in the community, or just post-COVID, you know, the attendance, the feedback, the fellowship amongst the community there is outstanding. And today marks the last day of me presenting to you as chair of the community board. So I'm standing down as chair effective this Sunday, and the community board will re-elect a new chair on Monday. So it's been my pleasure to serve you all and serve the community. I'm not leaving the community board, just standing down as chair.
Well, thank you very much for your service as the chair. I've always found that your presentations here are very succinct and high quality,
yep.
Which is to be encouraged.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Cheers.
You can encourage your successor.
Yes. Happy to answer any questions.
Sam would like to move it.
Yeah, but just before that though,
Yeah.
I'm sure on behalf of Aaron and James, just formally acknowledge David in his role as chair. And I guess just to re-emphasise that he's not stepping down because we're forcing him to. He's stepping down because you know, we have a good succession plan at the board and everyone works constructively together.
Yeah, I'd like to think that our community board has a good level of maturity and just a succession plan in place to help grow and support our fellow community board members.
Very good. So Sam, you'd like to move the report be received, and James would like to second it. So I'll third it. I'll third it. You'll third it? Okay. I'll accept a thirding. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. It's carried. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too. The next one is the Waipuna Horsell Hornby Riccarton Community Board. And we've got Helen Broughton, Deputy Chair, presenting today with Community Governance Manager Matthew Pratt.
Thank you.
And of course an apology from the Chair, Mike Mora.
Yes, thank you. Well, the first slide we've got is quarrying, and Mike Mora is down today with a group of residents who are making a deputation to ECAN on their concerns around quarrying. So there is an informal group at the board who is currently meeting on this, and I think we've got to get a better understanding of the district plan, and eventually we'll be coming back to you with recommendations. But that's sort of a long process. The next one is Councillor Chen. We had I don't know who took the photo.
I saw this. I saw the photo. I saw the photo on Facebook, and I thought that's just great.
But it got away, Jimmy.
So we had a blessing 2 Fridays ago on the new multi-use Hornby Centre. It was blessed, so I presume now it's about getting a contractor there and construction. The next one. That's the joint Culture Galore, which was a success. I won't dwell on that. That's been funded by us and the Whenelton Waimari Hewi Board, and we understood at some stage that might be a metropolitan board. It might be a metropolitan event, but that at present hasn't happened. So it's still the 2 boards. And the last one, I'm not quite used to this. That's Hello Hornby is an event taking place this Saturday, and then there's a similar event taking place in Upper Riccarton called Connect. And that's about it. It's quite quiet at our board. I don't know if staff feel that, but compared to 3 years ago, it's the volume of work is very able to be managed. So it's quite different to 3 years ago.
Thank you. Well, look, thank you for your presentation. I just an observation. I would discourage any thought about letting go of the community connection to Culture Galore. I think that's what makes it special,
Yes,
that it's not even though it attracts people from across the city, it's very much the two community boards coming together and creating an environment that has become incredibly special. So I wouldn't let go of that.
Okay, thank you.
That's my personal view.
Thank you.
But, you're happy to move? Seconded? Anne Galloway. Is there any discussion? Oh,
Short comment.
short comment.
Very short, yes. I would like to take this opportunity, particular to acknowledge the staff, and all those volunteers, sponsors, and supporters, particular for hosting this Culture Galore. All aware it has been for 20 years. Actually, it's fully compliant with the council's multicultural strategy to the particular, to welcome, embrace, and promote those this city and community as a diversified, inclusive, and harmonious city. And so we should be very proud. But with the two community board, elect members, staff, and all those sponsors, volunteers, impossible continue to make this fantastic multicultural event. So do appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, 100% endorse what Jimmy said. I think he wrapped it up really well, and I totally support your motion, Madam Mayor, that it stays as a local run event, but all the other boards chip in a bit to the funding of it, since they come from all across the city. That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Never let a chance go by. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
The next is Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, and we've got Alexandra Davidson and Michelle. No, not Michelle today.
No.
And Community Governance Manager Arahanui Grace.
It's Davids, not Davidson. I'm not related to
Oh my goodness!
I don't think.
I'm terribly. Do you know it is actually written down in front of me as Davidson. I literally read it out, so I
we
do
are
apologise. No, I should have known, because it is correct at the top and then not correct where I read it out from. So I apologise.
No worries at all. Thank you so much for having us today, and kia ora. So, the Community Board have made, obviously, a number of decisions over the last month, and I will take the report as read and just speak to a few of them. We have the approval of the curb build-outs on Linwood Avenue to assist pedestrians crossing Linwood Ave at Po Toi Toi. We have our discretionary response fund contributions to the Sumner Skate Ramp project, the community market storage space, and the Apawaho Lower Heathcote River Working Party project costs. Also, the confirmation of the board's comments on the Christchurch Cathedral Reinstatement Resource Consent application. We do have one Part A today, and that is item 15. And that is the Te Ara Ihutai Christchurch Coastal Pathway Monks Bay section. It's all pretty straightforward. We are just asking council to approve the adoption of the speed limit changes, and also that the detailed traffic resolutions required for implementation of the project are referred to the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Urban Development and Transport Committee. We had our principals breakfast in February, and I must say it was one of the best the board has had. There was a lot of really great discussion around the table. We met with principals from the ward area to give updates and be updated around the work that is happening within our schools. We had Sarah Cooper, a community travel advisor there, and she explained the Walk or Wheel to School Day and the school travel planning program that any school can access, and we would really recommend schools to look into this because there is quite a bit of work that goes in behind it, but it's really great for the safety of our tamariki. The principals discussed po toitoi developments. Child poverty was something that was brought up by Dick Edmondson and something that is very prevalent in our area. We also discussed the quality of counsellors and mentors in schools. This is something that they feel is lacking in their schools at the moment, and they're seeing the effects of not having those counsellors or mentors available for these children. And they also praised the work of the Swimming in Schools program, which is run by the Christchurch City Council team. So that was fabulous. It's been brought to the board's attention that the safety around the Garlands Road and Radley Street intersection does have safety issues. And this is owing to a temporary traffic management plan that is in place and previously in its business as usual state could be improved. We wanted to raise the matter of temporary traffic management across the wider Woolston area, given to the impact created by the number of separate work sites that are going on. Now this is an NZTA road. We have asked for advice, but we haven't had any constructive feedback, and we are just waiting for the next crash to happen in that area. So we just wanted to bring it to the attention of council. Moving on to a cycleway proposal that we've had. A member of our community spoke with the Greening the East working group about a proposal to join up the cycleway at Worcester Street and the river corridor up Stanmore Road. The idea yesterday was presented to the Urban Development Transport Committee, and the board wishes to support this proposal. So it makes sense, it is a wide road and it is used by cyclists regularly. Okay, so last weekend we had the Estuary Festival, which is obviously an annual event in our area. It's really fantastic. It has a environmental theme behind it, so everybody obviously gets together. We have a beautiful day of live music, food stalls, but it's also a really great place for the community to become more educated around the environment. So that was a really successful community event. Moving on, we have a whole bunch of events coming up this month. I feel like March is events month. So we obviously have Polyfest coming up this weekend. We have the Kids Hub Annual Children's Market. We have the Phillipstown Gala, the Avebury Gala, the Woolston Gala, and the Residents Forum. And this Saturday after Polyfest, we also have the Fresh Uptown Boogie Down event, which will be held at the Art Gallery from 7 p.m. We're really excited about this one. This will end up being the after party for Polyfest, so it looks really fun. We obviously have this weekend the memorial services as well, so a lot going on for our ward and in Christchurch. But thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very good. Would someone like to move the report we received? Yep. Sarah, seconded Yanni. Are there any questions, comments? Are you a question or a comment?
Just a question. Just in regards to the letter that we've sent around Ferry Road, the right-hand turn arrow, question for the organisation, have we had any response from NZTA?
No.
No.
So I just wonder if, like, it just seems really weird that it was an urgent request that's been going back to about July last year.
Oh, yeah,
So we had a
did-
resolution through council to support the
They did
advocacy to
respond
NZTA.
before then, though. I mean,
We've had zero
there-
response
there
from
have been-
NZTA.
No, I don't think we've had zero response. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that they've indicated that there are more challenges with that than just the straightforward answer.
I don't know, but be good just to, I mean, I don't know if it's helpful
Yeah.
for the council to re-raise it or to support the board, but
Can we ask the chief executive to raise it directly with NZTA?
yeah,
happy to do
yeah,
that.
I think that would
Yeah.
be really helpful.
happy to do that.
Thanks, just so we can
That would
close
be
that
great,
loop.
thank you.
Great.
All right, and maybe the other one as well, the Garlands Road
Yeah,
one.
that would be fantastic. It would
Yeah.
make sense to do it all at the same
Do them
time
at
if
the
that's
same
possible.
time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Because, I mean, that's always an issue, sorry, Yanni, but when you've got a state highway and you've got it intersecting with local roads,
Yeah.
then it does mean that when the community board recognises that there are local community challenges, and this has obviously been raised with you by the community,
Yeah.
you know, that we need a much smoother pathway to having those conversations with NZTA. So we'll
Absolutely.
get the chief executive onto that.
Cool, thank you.
yeah, that was going to be my second question, was around, now that CTOC has been disestablished, the process around doing a temporary traffic management plan approval, because that's really what's at the heart of some of the concern, is that you've got a state highway, local roads.
Look, I've just said that the chief executive will take it up, so if you've got more background information, that would be helpful in terms of informing the chief executive. But I'm sure staff are aware of the issues, and we can get the chief executive briefed
Well,
and
we've
raise it with
raised
the-
it with CTOC, but who's the new people? that
I
make
will
that
deal
decision?
with it, Yanni, as
Great.
requested by the mayor.
Yeah, we're not going to answer questions like that today. I mean, I don't know the
Yeah,
answer to the question, and nor does anyone off the top of the head. So
Okay.
we'll get you an answer
Yeah.
on the proper line of questions.
Yeah, and just a brief comment at the appropriate.
Melanie?
It was just the bit about the residents forum. I just wondered, can you explain quickly what that is?
So we have a regular residents forum for the Central City and fringe residents groups and community groups to raise issues, talk through relevant consultation engagement work that's happening.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very good. Yanni, you'd like to make a comment?
Just to say that we really need to look at how we approve temporary traffic management plans, and particularly around signage and speed. Like, it's really seems to be different levels depending on whatever reason, but basically it just seems to be a gap around people understanding how to communicate what's happening. And there was, in one of these places, there was an accident that I saw with a cyclist. I guess the bigger issues would be resolved through the Brougham Corridor study. This is kind of part of that Brougham Corridor study, and that would be a really good opportunity to the permanent staff. But if there's anything that can be done in the interim, I just think it's really urgent. These concerns have been raised for several months now, and you know, it's a really popular route for kids accessing and parents accessing the school, walking to the local school, because of the other stuff that's closed. So any support we can get on just trying to look at those issues would be very much welcome.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. The next is the Waipapa Papanui Innes Community Board, and I've got Emma Norrish, Chair, and Simon Britton, Deputy Chair, and Community Governance Manager, Elizabeth. Oh, not Community Governance Manager.
No, just the two of us.
Just the two.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having us along today. We do not have any Part A's, and we're going to take the report as read. So we're just going to highlight a couple of things that have been happening around our area. These first photos here are pictures of some recipients of our Positive Youth Development Fund. They were a group of scouts who went to Staveley Adventure Camp. We have noticed this year, even without international competitions and opportunities for young people involving international travel, we've still had a good number of applicants for this fund, which is great to see. And the best part for us is having them come back and speak to us and report about what they're doing, sharing their experiences and their learnings. So that's great.
This photo is from Larne Place in Belfast. It was one of 27 Summer with Your Neighbours events that were supported by the Community Board through this season. And just to comment again that Summer with Your Neighbours dates back to Neighbourhood Week, which started in 1998 under what was then the Shirley Papanui Community Board. And yeah, it's always a real pleasure again, as Emma's commented, with the Youth Development Fund again with these, just to hear back from people. A small contribution from the Community Board out of that community fund can really help unlock those events and get things happening for people.
These pictures here are from the Papanui Youth Development Trust's Christmas function, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to give a big shout out to this group. They have, over the past year with what's been happening, they have adapted and changed and worked really hard to continue engaging with young people in the area, and they're back into the swing of things again this year. With their programs all back underway. They've got running new craft classes for young people. They've got their ever popular band nights, which are well attended and gives young bands in the area an opportunity to perform. And then they also just recently changed the name of their building, which is at 1 Harewood Road, and their programs to Loop. So the trust's name's still the same, but everything else they're calling Loop. To reflect their purpose of bringing the community together and taking young people full circle. So big thanks to everything they do in our community.
You'll recall last month we talked about the St Albans Skate Jam. Since then we've had the Belfast Skate Jam. These are about fostering a community recreation approach targeting grassroots participation in school development. At Belfast, we had over 100 skaters participate and over 200 members of the public there in total on a Friday afternoon. That event was organised by Belfast Community Network and the Community Recreation Advisor from our board area. So yeah, thank you to that group and to Helen as well for enabling that to go ahead.
And that's us.
Very good. Thank you very much. So Pauline, you'd like to move that, and Mike, you'd like to second it. Are there any questions? Any comments? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emma. Simon. And now we have the Waihoro Sprayed and Cashmere Community Board report, and we have Carolyn Potter, Chair. Is Lee with you today? No? And Community Governance Manager, Joe Wells.
Kia ora tātou. Before we start, I used to work at the Human Rights Commission and had a stall at, what am I saying?
Culture Galore.
And the village atmosphere cannot be replaced in Hagley Park. You know, no. I just want to reiterate what everyone else has said. The village atmosphere couldn't be replaced anywhere. It's a wonderful, wonderful occasion. I had the most boring stall, but the occasion was terrific. We've got one Part A, which is a very small change to the design of the Woosleys, Cashmere Road, Hoon Hay intersection, which we are very much looking forward to, as is the local community at Craycroft. That was to take out designated crossings, because the expectation of children would have been that they were totally safe, and they wouldn't have been totally safe on these crossings, and so the traffic guys have removed them, but we are committed to having a look at it again in 6 months after the intersection opens with the lights installed. This is where the adventure park comes off, and all sorts of other things and new developments up that valley, and at this intersection remodelling is now overdue, really. We've got an Innovating Streets for People projects, 2 of them going in our ward, one in Beckenham and one in Selwyn. Both of these had activities going in this last month, and regularly report to the board via the board representation on their committees. And there's naturally some demands where they would like greater input than they are possibly going to get out of it, but nonetheless it's a very interesting project. The where am I? Coronation Hall is, albeit moving like a snail, it will eventually get there. I'd like to report that, and I'd like to hear from other boards on this issue. We have had many requests for basketball courts in our wards, ranging from a man who was over 80 who wrote to the board saying that he believed that we should have basketball courts, to young people who are now working on it from the high schools in our area to have a look at where the best location would be. The council can't possibly keep up with the demand, but it is an indication of how parents and young people believe that basketball is one of the most flexible games you can have and is enjoyed by so many people in small groups and large. The public forum presentations have, as usual, been really interesting. They're great in our board. We get a lot of people coming to talk to us. And the Hoonhay Community Association Trust provided an update on their activities. The Old Stone House wants to have a farmers market. Given that it was one of the first farms in Christchurch, it is incongruous that the reserve status makes it difficult to have a farmers market there. But we hope to be able to make progress on that. And another issue was traffic concerns. We've also made progress on the community plan. I'd like to just, and if we go through the photographs, this sunflower competition, that's Ruth Verco on the left. This is the second year of her own initiative that she has handed out sunflower seeds, packaged them up, put them in letterboxes, organised weekly prizes and so on. The middle sunflower, modestly, just happens to be mine.
Oh, well done.
I know. You had no idea. I planted a heck of a lot of sunflowers. This is the only one that grew, but look at it. It's
Is that a very low fence?
no, it's not. No, it's not. And I thought that damn thing's going to come into the house one day and eat me. It's gigantic. But the important thing was that, again, the picnic was spoiled a bit by the cold, but there were 40 people there, and with kids receiving prizes from Ruth as she presented to them, and it's been the most imaginative initiative that you could imagine, and the way the prizes are presented for all sorts of weirdo things in terms of sunflowers, and she is just to be congratulated for her efforts in the community. People really love this one, and the kids love it too. This is the Rowley Resource Centre. Commissioned a small carving to honour the losses in the Muslim massacre 2 years ago, and we had a presentation at the Rowley Resource Centre. There was a person who spoke there who was the mother of one of the boys who died, and two of the siblings were there, one of whom is doing philosophy and wants to go to Cambridge, and the other one, and the youngest child, a daughter, wants to do drama when she leaves school. They live on Rowley Ave. And her discussion about her family was incredibly touching. This was, what are they called? The tribal nations. There was a photograph of me with the leader at one stage, all dressed completely in his leather. I think there was about 70 bikes, and they did a roar through Rowley and then turned up at Mathers Park, where there were several small events associated with the battle to combat teen suicide. And they were dressed in absolute leathers, and they have the most fantastic bikes. And it ended with the bikies playing basketball with the young people of our area, and that was just such great fun on the courts that are to the right. And look at the colours that they were throwing around the place as well. The kids really loved it. It was a very positive thing from a positive group to turn up on their bikes, as they have done everywhere in the South Island, and tribal nations to talk about it. Now this is my humiliation, because I said men's sheds had had their day, and this is a huge group of men at the opening of their men's sheds who absolutely have done wonders in our community. The St Martin's Volunteer Library people came up to me the other day and said they couldn't have done it without the men's shed. They are building small things for people all throughout our area and are open to any suggestions, and they have been a wonderful group. sitting there saying Men's Sheds Days had their day. This is around the corner from me. We initially visited this. This is part of the flood storage and stormwater basins that is proceeding right throughout our wards. We're very privileged to be at the head of the Apauaho Hesket. But part of the penalty of being near the river has been that it has flooded. The drainage team and other teams in council are doing the most imaginative work right throughout our wards in developing flood basins to take the headwater floods so that downstream floods are ameliorated. It's been a great, excellent, wonderful project. This had been disappointing. The plantings in the water are going great guns, but the plantings on the wider walkway area, which you can't see there properly, most of them died on the first plantings, and the second plantings are taking a while to grow. But we met with the team who are involved, and they are trying to repeat the wonderful work of Hugh Wilson over in Akaroa, where he grew the plants from seed through the weeds and the foliage and gorse that was already there. That's what they're trying to do, but they hadn't explained it to the neighbours who only could see weeds and plants dying but were through lack of water in the top paddocks. So they hadn't discussed it with the local neighbours. So we met on site, the whole board went and met them on site, and they have agreed to put out a leaflet which we will letterbox right through our neighbourhood and explain the theory behind it, because the council at the moment is really pressed for plants that have grown. So there's all sorts of reasons for trying this new method of getting it going, but it wasn't easily understood by the neighbours, and not by me either particularly. But now it's starting to, now that we've got the theory behind it, we understand why the weeds are predominant. We are very interested in the commitment that the team have made towards this. It's going to be wonderful. All through our ward, there are flood basins being developed, on their way to being developed. They are being turned into walkways for people as well, and it's just fantastic work by the council post-earthquake. Just fantastic work. What are we talking? Traffic safety. Oh, this is the big issue. We had a principals meeting. We copied Linwood, and we've started a principals meeting as well. And we had a principals meeting the other night, which is which is hugely interesting in terms of the things that they say to us about our local communities. They have a view of the local communities that the rest of us don't see. And some of it's heartbreaking and some of it's enchanting. But it's totally worthwhile, and we're going to persevere with the principals' breakfast. But the road safety and traffic safety is a very big thing that they bring to us, and these are the areas, some of the areas that we're interested in. And finally, I want to risk your patience just by mentioning the draft tree policy again, which I have been opposed to in so many respects. The board has requested, in the light of the Commission for Climate Change, that I say again that we believe the draft tree policy and its lack of emphasis on native plantings in the city urban area be addressed. The climate change policy, which I think is an excellent policy, a wonderful policy, emphasises the importance of native plantings. And it's not by accident that Christchurch has very few, native birds in our urban area. It's not by accident that we are one of the very few urban areas in the whole of New Zealand that does not have populations of native birds in the urban area. And I do think that the tree policy is really worthwhile, except when it talks about planting exotic trees in the urban area. They say it's going to be addressed by the Urban Forest and Bush Plan.
It's a conversation from 7 years ago.
I can't believe the dominance of Northern Hemisphere academia and some of the things that we do. And the Urban and Bush Forest Plan, but I don't believe that the tree policy reflects what we should be doing in the urban area either. Thank you for your patience. You didn't interrupt me, Leanne. I'm really grateful.
You did actually tempt me with that last one because
I
you
know.
can't use
I know.
a presentation to make a last-minute deputation.
I know.
Otherwise known as a last-ditch attempt on something that's been to a hearings panel.
I know.
Thank you very much. But I was going to reassure you that I was regarding it as an early submission on the urban tree, urban forest plan, which
And
is
bush. And bush.
Well, I
will
haven't
come
heard
through
it referred
submission.
to as that.
I know it's only me that does it, but that's what I want it to be called because we are not Northern Hemisphere.
I take this as an early representation in that regard, not as a deputation on an item on the agenda for today.
Thank you for
Sam.
your patience.
Thanks, Carolyn. Just regarding the Northern Head dominance, I'd just like to actually acknowledge our Chief Executive and say I do like her dominance within the organisation.
What a sucker, honestly.
Totally.
Hey,
Mike and Melanie.
Thank you, Caroline. Just a question on your Part A. What was the feedback to the board from the Blind Low Vision New Zealand around removing the pedestrian crossings?
No, I think they're behind it in terms of safety. Yeah.
But have you had official feedback from them?
No, I haven't. Actually, to tell you the absolute truth, we took the recommendation of staff and discussed it at length, and the only request that we made was that it be looked at again in 6 months because the arguments were persuasive. So okay. I certainly can't answer that question.
Okay, I'll start. Yeah. Thanks.
Melanie?
Just a quick comment, because I know Carolyn's presentations
Or
are very...
would you like to...
all it was is to say is
would
that...
Would you move it then?
Yeah, I'll move.
And seconded by Tim.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Ruth, who you saw with the sunflower dress on, I saw on Tuesday. She's 8 months pregnant, so she's 7 months pregnant in that photo. And she also had advertised our Sustainable and Edible Garden Awards. We had the most applications this year. One of her awards was to, if you had entered our award, a community board award, she gave them an award. So she's brilliant.
So,
she is.
Tim.
Thank you. And I guess the photo that we had last with regards to the Barrington Cashmere roundabout was actually a very, very good one because it really highlights in our report, which Carolyn very aptly put forward, the innovation streets, and there are a number of other projects which council staff do that are absolutely outstanding. And there are frustrations with the community sometimes because they see a chance and they go big. But, you know, we do have to be realistic. But these are absolutely outstanding projects which staff do really well. And then we've had a couple of projects in our area which have totally kneecapped everything that we've done. And I've arranged a meeting with the CE over the two. One also affects Westmoreland. And it's just so disheartening to go to meetings, and I couldn't make one of them. And thank you very much for that, Carolyn, as I've been ill. But, you know, as an elected member, you don't have a leg to stand on, literally, because of the process which council has gone through. So it's a kind of one step forward and then you just stop. So I just want to highlight that. Really disappointing in some of it. So
the board backs him in his statements there. I would have raised it myself, but we're not at the end of it yet. But it has been very depressing.
Debate. We're in debate.
Thank you very much. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. And we've got the Te Pātika o Rakai Hautu Banks Peninsula Community Board report. Tori Peden and no Tyrone today, and
Penelope
Goldstone Community Governance Manager.
Morena, everybody.
Morena.
Right. Just before we get started, we recently had conversations with NZTA, and I think having conversations with community boards and NZTA directly regarding state highways was very valuable. And even NZTA has said it's great to hear perspective from the local area, and they did say that they're coming out to the community for consultation on speed limits. So that's really good to hear that NZTA are doing public consultation. So, look, that relationship needs to continue with another board.
Yeah, I saw the Chief Executive wrote a letter on that very issue, focusing on Little River, but the whole corridor is being reassessed, so the timing was perfect. And you know,
just having that conversation.
Congratulations to your board, because I think
to both.
Having those relationships really, really matter.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
hopefully other boards get a chance to do that as well. Yeah. So, right, Akaroa. Just recently, the Akaroa Service Centre has been closed, and the services have been moved on a trial basis to the Akaroa Community and School Library. We have had many public forum come in about this issue, and with this, there's also consideration to close the service desk completely. I know that is coming forward in the LTP, but it has been noted within the community that it's a recently refurbished Akaroa Service Centre, and moving those services to the library is a concern. With the ongoing LTP, like I say, this has been public forum to the community board, with the proposal of closing service centres. The next nearest service centre to Akaroa would be Little River, and that's over 30 minutes away. So residents are quite concerned about this, especially when there is a lot of elderly residents in the area. Recently we had a hui in Akaroa. Two of the main issues, one of which was around the service centre. We have had good attendance, we have had vocal community about service centre issues, and also at the hui we had staff there regarding the water issues. So a really well attended hui. It was really well run by council staff and community organisers. It could have got quite vocal, but it was well run, and we thank staff and community members for keeping that. What's the word? It's civilised. It was very civilised. Another issue brought to the board recently is fire hazards. Now, Cass Bay Fire started due to a tree branch that caught fire power lines. It burned 15 hectares of hillside. Concern from neighbours of Ramau Reserve, so it's a council reserve, and that fire breaks had not been constructed. So I know that staff are looking at that, and those issues have been brought to the community board, but it is ongoing issues that are being raised with us yearly, especially post Port Hills fires. There is ongoing issues around fire risk and what we're doing about that. There's also concerns from Akaroa in different areas as well regarding fire risk. And keeping it short and brief today, the last one is just regarding the Akaroa boil water notice. Staff are working hard to sort this problem out. Unfortunately, residents were misinformed that they had to boil water from the tanker that got delivered from Christchurch. So that had been sorted out, and I just want to give much thanks to the water team. They have done their best with a situation that nobody asked for. Residents have been incredibly grateful for what staff are doing, and the communications going out about that. So I'd just like to pass on my thanks to the water team and also the comms team for just really going above and beyond and helping our community get through this time, and hope to see that the boil water notice comes down shortly. So that's all I have to update with you over the last few weeks.
James.
Kia ora, Tori. Sorry, I missed the beginning of your presentation. What's happened with NZTA?
Oh, sorry. Yes, NZTA. We asked regarding different things issues coming up the board and regarding State Highway. So we did actually have a conversation with NZTA, and they came around the table. So it was great just to say that we're actually talking and passing on the community concerns regarding speed limit, regarding conditions of roads, all that kind of stuff. So that's why I encourage other boards to, if they get a chance to speak to NZTA, pass on those things.
And have you had progress?
Yeah, no, they're going out to public consultation.
Yes, so public consultation regarding speed limit on State Highway 75.
On the whole of
fantastic.
Where is it from Hallswell essentially all the way through to Akaroa?
But from what NZTA was telling us is that they are doing public consultation on their speed limit review. They've never done that before because NZTA are a governing bodies themselves, basically.
Can I suggest a kind suggestion that you contact the Runanga, Wairewa Runanga, because
that's why they
will be consulting with the
but let them know that you've been in that position where you've had a meeting with them. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, I was speaking to Yang Cramwell the other day, so I did pass that on. Okay. So no, it's all good progress, and just having that conversation is just fantastic.
Maybe we'll get a note to councillors from the Office of the CE just describing what's happened, because it is going to be an engaged process, and there will be a lot of interest from the Runanga as well. Yeah.
Thanks.
Andrew, you want to move this? And do I have a seconder? Mike Davidson? Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tori.
Thank you. And last but not least, the Waitai Coastal Build Community Board. Kelly Barber
Save the best
is
for
with
last.
us this morning. And also Community Governance Manager, an all-time favourite, Chris Turner-Bullock.
You're just jealous.
Oh, just think of those beside you and how they feel now.
I apologise in advance for Chris, who forgot the blue shirt dress code for today. You noticed the boys have all got their blue shirts on. Oh, there's a bit of blue there, sorry.
The floral thing is going there.
Yeah, well, Phil forgot that, again. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Paisley Power. So, Community Board decisions under delegation. So, we've had allocations of funding for some great groups, as usual. Aranui Community Trust, or ACTIS as they're better known, for the purchase of a public address sound system. They're a really active, really positive force in our community, and probably the gold standard for community organisations, in my opinion, because of the skills they have and the range of services that they provide to the community. They're so deeply ingrained in the community. Also, Dallington Residents Association for the printing of their quarterly newsletter to communicate with their members and community. So, a walking group program at Taora QE2 and Rec Centre has recently started. It's the Rec and Sports Events Unit have put together a walking group for 30 to 45 minutes based out of 4 local swimming pools. And once a month there's a special session after the walk for people to sort of try activities and get information. So sort of hooking people in and then offering them more, which I think is really smart. And the QE2 program commenced February 2nd, and there's information in your agenda if you want to have a look at that. So we have a couple of great sort of festivals in our wards over the summer, and one of them was the 11th iteration of I Love Brighton 2021. So it was emceed by local councillor James Daniels, who has some experience behind a microphone. Of course, perfect weather again, a big crowd and a great community event, and people come from all over the city to go to this. So thousands of people enjoyed this on the 7th of February at Thompson Park. The planning group is a who's who of local organisations, and I just want to highlight them, like the Youth Alive Trust, the New Brighton Project, Renew Brighton, Eastern Community and Sport and Recreation, and the New Brighton Business Association and Council are involved as well. So thank you to everyone involved. We've got a short video which we'll show at the end of the presentation. So our other big community event is Parklands at Play, which occurred, I think, a week later. Another fantastic day, and highlighting local clubs, fencing, karate, dance, rugby, archery, tag, football, basketball, radio control cars, gymnastics, netball and table tennis. So a whole spectrum of different sports. And there was music throughout, and the toy library were involved. Some of you know Stan Tawa. His son played a fantastic trumpet solo during some of the music. Absolutely stunning. And a lot of this was coordinated by the Pukeko Centre, who are, like Eastern Community Sports, another great organisation in our area, partnering with groups. So we fund this as part of the community board. And I'd have to say it's one of the great things that we do as a community board and as a council. I mean, yes, we're roads and footpaths and all those sort of things, but these community events are something tangible that the people really can see and get involved with. It's like a birthday, you know, it comes along once a year, and it's really good to celebrate those things. And when you see how many kids are there and how much enjoyment people and families are getting out of it, you feel good about the things that the council do in this area. Now, of course, James and Phil were a no-show, but they did turn up a little bit later, and you'll
That's
see
me
them
on
up
the
there. Yeah. But the lengths that some people to go to participate in this event and do something for the kids, I mean, that would have scared the hell out of me if I was a young kid. But yeah, they look absolutely fantastic, those two, and allowed me to take a photo of them. Yeah. Excellent. Moving right along, Rafiti Domain natural play proposal. So, you know, in our city we have some pretty unique playgrounds. Obviously, Margaret Mahi in town, and this is like a new concept and an old concept at the same time. It's like a natural play area that is being put together by the Guardians of Rafiti, who have also been funded through the Shovel Ready projects. So it's going to have things like log steps and native garden, wheelchair accessible fort. You wouldn't see too many of those around, so that'll be something new. A TP village, swings, slides, and then a net nest. Yeah, so just something unique and interesting, another asset to the sort of Brighton community. So Eastern Community Sport and Recreation, I've talked about them a bit before. They're a group that got quite a bit of funding from the government for a number of great projects that they are involved in Rafiti Domain and around. Yeah, made a real difference to the community, and we got a report from them about where they're at on a number of things, and an impressive array of things. Flood lighting at Thompson Park. I mean, these are the people that were involved in the large canopy for all-weather sports out in Rafiti, and they're finalising the lease footprint for the cricket pavilion, upgrading of tennis courts, and then they're also involved in installing lighting at the South Brighton Tennis Club, very big and active club in South Brighton. So I think we'll just show that video. Is it the last one there, Chris, before we finish? Thank you very much. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
That was lovely, thank you. Questions?
I've got a question, starting with, do you know that the New Brighton Rugby Football Club are holding their 100th anniversary on Easter weekend? And that's one of the real hubs of that community. It's got obviously a long history, and that's where the Eastern community in sports and recreation is basing themselves in. They've expanded the rugby club from just a rugby club to squash to all these different sports. So it'll be a big celebration and a great celebration. And also, did you know that this weekend the Duke Surfing Festival is on in New Brighton?
No, James, I did not know those things. Thank you for pointing them out.
No, I asked you a question.
He was just giving the answer.
Well, thank you.
Did you know that the Student Volunteer Army is going down to Donnell Park on Saturday morning to do a
big clean-up?
A big clean-up. There's a big clean-up? Yeah. So, did you know that?
No, I did because you told me earlier. But, actually, then we have one more thing. The Coast to Coast event was held a couple of weeks ago. Are we going to put that? Yeah. So we had some photos there, just of the finish line. So I don't know whether you, most of you know that the they take a whole lot of sand and put it up some steps, so the finish line is quite high up and over the you can see over all of Brighton. It's so many people turn up. Those photos I took in the early afternoon with Hepuna Taimoana looking fantastic and all the landscaping done. And that picture at the bottom there is my son and I with Porto Williams, who was welcoming people at the finish line. So yeah,
She didn't run it this year.
Sorry?
She didn't run it this year.
No. I think it was just a bit killed it last time.
Where did you come?
Oh yeah, we got second in the family team, so. And my son is a very good athlete.
Sumner's looking forward to having it back next year.
It's not going to happen.
No. You took it away
traffic
from us.
management.
Took it away. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was always the logical fit.
Now, James, I'm assuming that you are moving that, and I'm assuming that Phil is seconding it. So, any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Look, I'm just going to, because of the good progress this morning, I'm just going to whip over to item 29, which is the Mayor's monthly report. I'll take it as read, and would someone like to move it? Jake and Pauline. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. And actually, the amendments to delegations paper, which is item number 22, seems to me to be a relatively straightforward paper. I mean, I'll go back to the other ones, but would someone like to move the delegations paper? Andrew, seconded by Jake. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. So that's those two items off the agenda. So now we'll go back to the Part A reports of the Community Board reports, which are item number 14, Cashmere Worsley Hoonhay Road intersection upgrade. And we've got staff at the end of the table, and anyone got any questions for staff? Mike Davidson.
Morning.
Just similar question to what I asked Caroline about the feedback from the Blind and Low Vision New Zealand on removing the pedestrian crossings.
On not installing the pedestrian crossings. We haven't had specific feedback on that. The removal or the non-marking of the pedestrian crossings on the slip lanes has been taken out because of the safety issue that it creates for pedestrians.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but are we not potentially creating another safety issue for people with vision impairment by actually removing the pedestrian crossings as well? And therefore, if safety of pedestrians was the prime reason, wouldn't we look to actually just remove the slip lane and have it all signalised?
So I've asked Wayne Gallett to come down and talk to that. He's our safety engineer, so he can talk to the technicalities around that. The reality of this intersection is it's got a very difficult orientation. We are generally around the city when we do our designs trying to not have slip lanes. This has a very difficult orientation that would make turning very difficult without the slip lanes. Wayne will talk to the removal of the having or not having pedestrian crossings. My understanding is by having a pedestrian crossing there, you actually create a hazard for a blind or visually impaired person. Is that correct?
Correct. I was involved at the outset of this project, but the alignment and the skewed alignment of the intersection is such that you have to have those left-turn slip lanes to get vehicles around those tight left-hand bends. The pedestrian crossings were initially put in, but through the safety audit process were taken out because of the lack of advanced visibility of the pedestrian crossings, and then pedestrians obviously stepping out thinking they had priority, but vehicles not seeing them. So the raised tables are the safest solution with the current alignment.
With the appropriate tactile paving in place, so that it is showing a stop and a check.
Okay. But we are, I guess, for most projects, trying to avoid doing slip lanes. But, thank you.
I'm worried about, is Tim out there?
Oh, he is already.
Yeah. Sorry, Tim, I was reluctant to do this paper with you out of the room.
Just another question. Just another question.
Yep.
When are we looking to start construction on?
When are we looking to start construction? Just
We're looking to start construction April next month.
Tim, do you want to move this?
Yes, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Melanie, did you want to second it? Yeah. Is there any discussion? I'll put them. Oh, Tim.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank you so much for this. This has been a bit of a ping pong moving from date to date, and although we've had a connection into into Westmoreland, which should never have happened until this was built, it's a really good thing that this is happening as soon as it is, and I'm sure the community really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Melanie.
I think what Mike brought up is something that the board was concerned with first as well, but like the staff have explained, I think it's really important that pedestrians are looking, because cars will come around those corners quite quickly and suddenly come upon that pedestrian crossing, so it is really on pedestrians to be really watching rather than stepping out, which is why this is safer.
Thank you. Mike.
Thank you. And I was pretty confident that your board, especially if Caroline, would have looked at some of the issues that may cause with pedestrians, but and I will support it because it's a much needed intersection upgrade for obviously quite a popular destination now with the adventure park, but it does concern me when we have to keep going to slip lanes for a variety of reasons, because we seem to, whenever you have a slip lane, you're putting vulnerable people at risk, whether they're walking or on a bike going in front of the slip lane. So I'm glad to hear that we're trying to avoid doing them wherever possible. We couldn't get away from it at this intersection, but I'll just be keeping an eye to make sure it doesn't keep happening. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you. And the next one is Te Ara Ihutai Christchurch Coastal Pathway Monks Bay section. Another team for that one.
And we're just looking at the speed limits. Not at the cantilever.
Okay. So I'm just drawing your attention to some changes to the wording. So rather than referring it to the chair and deputy chair of the Urban Development and Transport Committee, it actually does have to go to the committee. There isn't the ability to just transfer it to the chair and deputy chair. So that's just a technical change. So does anyone want to move this one? Sarah, seconded by.
Oh, come on, the community board in favour.
Yeah. Are there any questions for staff? Yanni?
Just at the board, we heard from a resident particularly concerned around safety. So I presume there's going to be some safety audits done as part of the detailed design?
Yes, that's correct. After completion of detailed design, we'll do a safety audit. And we have tried to review if that's the right turning into that main road property with the remote gate.
Okay, and can you just, again, just help me understand why we're not putting the cycleway separated from the road? Like, why are we putting one on the road as well?
so that has been the philosophy along the whole of this route, and it always has been that there is a very, very strong commuter route, level of commuter cycling from Sumner, and there are a number, as we all know, even on the weekends, there's a number of rides that go over and do the loop round over Sumner Road and through Sumner and back round Redcliffs or the other way. So they want to use the road and will use the road, and therefore there needs to be space on the road for them to use it. So it has been a philosophy of this project for the whole time. So there will be on-road cycleways, on-road cycle lanes for the confident cyclist, and the cycle path, where we don't want people going super fast, they are combining with pedestrians, less confident cyclists. There's two options there.
Okay. And just the final question was, I know there was a bus and a car crash the other week. Do we have any sense of what the cause of that was and whether this has any consideration into the design?
I'm not aware of it.
Not aware of the crash, sorry.
Okay.
Can't comment.
Phil.
Thanks, Lynette. You're just saying about commuter cycle lanes and MCRs. Is that every MCR has just this one? Or just
this
a couple?
Is not an
This is not
MCR.
an MCR.
Oh, coastal pathway.
If I can, this is a shared path, and for mixed users, there's obviously a lot of scenery, a lot of lingering, dogs, kids, strollers.
I can understand that. So, okay.
Yeah.
And I do know people that do the
Not a
loop,
cycleway.
so to speak. Yeah.
Those shared pathways are not designed for people to travel at speed on bicycles.
Yep.
So
That's
they
exactly
are,
right.
and this is not a major cycleway route. This is the coastal pathway. It's a separate initiative. All right. Any discussion? I'll put them. Yanni.
Yeah, I mean, like the coastal pathway is great. You know, like I'm really supportive of the coastal pathway. It was something that a number of us dreamed about, having a connection from the city to the sea, even before the earthquake. And the earthquake sort of enabled us to get the opportunity to do it. I mean, obviously there was some of us that hoped that as part of the infrastructure repairs, things would be done at the same time, so it would be quicker and possibly more cost effective. It hasn't worked out that way, but you know, this is pretty significant to get to this point today where we're being asked to agree to this section. I think what's really important though is that we do have a process to understand any safety concerns that come out and to respond. As a councillor who used to represent this area previously, I do know that there has been a number of safety issues that have been raised historically. So, you know, I look forward to this being put in place, and I definitely think it would be really good to ensure that there is a process to put forward anything that comes out of those safety audits. You'll recall there's been some contentious intersections further on in places like Ferrymead Bridge and that whole intersection design. So, but the key thing here is that there's a real strong desire for the coastal pathway. It will be a real asset for the whole city, and it helps get that connection from the city to the sea, which is a really positive thing.
Thank you. I'll put them. Sarah.
Thanks. The Coastal Pathway is a community-led project, and the community and the board backed the recommendation today. And the other things, let's remember that today all that council is being asked to make a decision on is the speed limit changes and not anything else to do with the proposal, which has already been approved by the community board. Safety issues are key, which is one of the reasons we're building the Coastal Pathway, to give people a safe option to get around that corridor. And let's remember that the footpath that used to be there in many of this area is no longer able to be due to rockfall and life risk hazard. And the community have been putting up with a goat track on the other side of the road ever since, and there have been accidents. So this is a safety improvement. The safety issue that was raised in the community board deputation, just to be clear for people, was a concern that a gentleman had coming out of his driveway, where when he moved onto the footpath, a lamppost or several lampposts would be blocking his view. This is a consideration and an issue for many people coming out of their driveways across the city, and not isolated to this particular project, although it was raised in this project. And what he was asking for is the lampposts to be moved. And that will be taken into consideration during the process, but it's not isolated to that one incident, that one position. So really looking forward to this going ahead. Great that the community backed the speed limit changes, and looking forward to getting some more sort of in the village area and stuff in the near future. Thanks.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. It's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Got the Multicultural Committee minutes. Jimmy Chen.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I assume the mayor and my fellow councillor already read out the meeting minutes. These the multicultural committee was held on the 3rd of February. Mainly during the meeting, we listened to the actual multicultural council and the multicultural and rights group report, and also the received the letter from the mayor. Particularly, we should discuss thoroughly and in response to the Royal Commission, their inquiry, also the investigation report and the recommendation. So first one, the staff already to organize on the 8th of March. We have a kind of Zoom meeting with the 2 ministers and Royal Commission representative. Next, at the stage, we will host a meeting and engage with the multicultural advice group, as well as some other relevant organizations to consider and have a further discuss more detailedly. Then we will feedback to the council. That's a main point.
Thank you very much. And
yeah, I would like to move.
That
Yes.
they be received and seconded by Yanni. Are there any questions? Discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much, Jimmy. And now on to the Regulatory Performance Committee minutes. Tim Scandrett.
Thank you. I'll take the report as read. Just a couple of highlights with regards to the concern with many communities with the infilling. The unit's still reaching 92% satisfaction, so I think that's quite outstanding. It is a lot of pressure on them at the moment. The unconsented car park parking issue, that's gone out. 90 letters went out to landowners, etc. So that's underway and they've been contacted. One of the hangovers, I guess, from COVID-19 and being isolated and being back at home is noise complaints did increase about 40%, and that'll just take a bit of time to get back to normal, whatever the normal is for noise complaints. So that's being managed. We did receive some correspondence, one from the Papanui Innes Community Board with regards to the RMA process review. We have a specialist barrister undertaking that. That is underway, but I stress it's about process and the process that was undertaken in each of those. And I think from memory there are about 25 decisions that he is reviewing. So that's underway, which is great to see. We also received a petition from St Albans residents with regards to their concerns over some of the infilling plans. And from those, the committee did ask council staff to work directly with one family that had a severely handicapped family member. So we've asked council staff to work directly with them because the community had concerns about them getting access in and out for their on behalf of their family member. So I'm happy to move this. If any questions, etc. I notice staff aren't here, but I'll do my best.
Do I have a seconder? Aaron Kewen. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much, Tim. The item 19. The suggestion is that we jump to 19, which is the hearings panel report to the council on the request to build changing rooms in North Hagley Park. And I'd like to invite the chair of the hearings panel, Sam McDonald, to present the report.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's literally a variation to the lease so they can get on and do their work. It went through a normal process, hearings panel. We had one group come in and submit. There were a couple that were initially concerned that the staff were able to mitigate them. No concerns around consultation or anything. So, yeah, I'm happy to move it. I doubt there'd be any questions or anything. It's relatively straightforward.
Right. Do I have a seconder? Phil Major. Are there any questions? Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Oh, thank you, Andrew. And thank you, Sam. A good process. Thank you very much. What? We're not going to start that one. I suppose we'll have to start the tree policy.
Leanne.
Hey?
Leanne,
we'll get it underway.
I was going to say the delegations one. I don't mind moving if you want to get stuff off.
We've done it.
Done that one. Oh, have we? Oh, I must have been out of the room.
I'm way ahead of you. We've done the mayor's report as well. So yeah. Yes.
So we'll have the, we'll start the hearings report and we'll hear from, so that's item 18, and we'll hear from the chair, Councillor Jani Johansson. We won't conclude this by morning tea, so we'll just, well, if we don't conclude this by morning tea, we will adjourn at 11 o'clock, and then we'll come back to this after we've dealt with the item number 20. So
well, you can't change anything though, can you? As far as you either accept it or send it back.
No,
so
there's a number of recommendations that are not included in the tree policy. So,
oh, is this the ones that were sent through?
The question is whether they can be dealt with separately. But anyway,
yep,
just
that's fine.
Yanni, if you could introduce the report on the hearings panel.
Thank you. So just to highlight that the tree policy has been a long time coming. It's been something that's had working parties, and it's got to a point where it's come in front of us. The community that did get engaged overwhelmingly were concerned that we needed to more to recognise the value and to protect our trees, especially with a climate change emergency and the issue of ecology, biodiversity and sustainability. So as a hearing panel, and there were only two of us, Melanie and myself, so I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Melanie Coker. We listened to what people had said and we came up with a range of recommendations. What's important to note is that the urban forest strategy is to be developed, and staff did give feedback around a lot of the things that were being raised could be done as part of that. But there were also issues around, particularly around the impact post-earthquake of intensification and development in existing communities that had lost a lot of the tree coverage. And so the hearing panel really, we tried to balance the policies in terms of the tree policy versus the need to get other work happening to recognise the concerns that the submitters had raised. Just in terms of the city, I mean, I'm happy to go through each one if people would like that. But in terms of the tree policy, you know, I think we've made a lot of technical changes and there's a lot of detail in that, and I think we're in a good place. I don't think that there's much concern, I hope, with my colleagues around where we've got to with that. We've tried to make it enabling to deal with the concerns that people may raise in terms of the damage to public infrastructure or the impact on a private citizen, but we've also got some safeguards just to ensure that that process is robust. So really, I think it's probably best I just talk through some of those other recommendations just to be really, really clear.
I just wanted the report on the tree policy on the table because the other recommendations are likely to be subject to some discussion. So I just wanted a report back on the tree policy, which is what you were, the hearings panel report, that's what you're required to do.
It's hard to separate out the points that the submitters were making to just the tree policy. And so that's why we've added the additional resolutions.
Yes, I know, but the resolutions themselves require some wordsmithing.
Well, I don't agree with that at all.
What the members of the hearings panel want to achieve. And I'm not going to wordsmith amendments to them at the table, so we're going to do that in the break. So, but is there anything else about the tree policy paper from the hearings panel point of view that you'd like to comment on?
Well, I don't, with respect, I don't see you can see these resolutions as separate than the tree policy paper.
Okay, well, but I'm chairing
So,
this meeting and I do, so I will now adjourn the meeting for morning tea, and we will reconvene at 11:15, at which point we will hear from those with deputations on item Right, now we've returned to deputations by appointment, item 3.2, which is in relation to item 20, which we will deal with immediately following the deputations. So could I begin by inviting Canterbury Cricket Trust, Lee Robinson, to come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity. I have on my right Trevor Watt from Athfields Architects, who can answer any queries about the building itself, and Jeremy Phillips from Novo on any planning issues. But this primarily is simply seeking the council's consent to the new building that is proposed. The lease was granted in favour of the trust for sport and recreation on the 31st of March 2018, after we'd purchased the building. And this is an application simply to consent to the building that is now proposed. It changes the footprint from what was originally agreed or proposed, simply because the council, in consultation with the trust, sought and obtained funds from Sport New Zealand for the changing rooms, toilets and showers that they agreed to fund, provided those were in place by the time of Cricket World Cup in March of next year, and those facilities, 200 square metres or thereabouts, will be contained within the Hagley Sports Centre building. Trevor can answer any inquiries in relation to that.
Yeah, good morning. So just sort of touch on the increased footprint of 95 square metres. So previously we'd looked at having the same footprint on the building. So when this opportunity came up to increase the functionality with the changing room and giving it the dual use to support the actual South Hagley Park sports grounds, it required a slightly larger changing rooms and also increased facilities with showers and also toilets. So we looked at trying to keep that footprint as tight as possible, but still meeting the Sport New Zealand requirements. So a lot of those requirements was based on, there was a $2 million fund in total around getting more gender neutral, more accessible facilities for community use. But it is actually tied into as a legacy project for Cricket World Cup. So the facilities themselves will be used for it, but it's not the prime focus of needing a changing room for that event, but it is a legacy project as part of that whole mix. So that's where there's sort of the connection. And likewise, Lincoln had a similar fund to improve facilities at Lincoln University. So that was, and so the overall building area is slightly reduced. So we have less upper floor, but obviously the footprint has increased because all the functions that require need to be on that ground floor. But happy to answer any other questions about building design.
That's good, thank you. Councillors, any questions? Yanni?
Thanks. I don't know if you've seen the memo or the email from Di Lucas that raised a number of concerns around the proposed design and had some, I thought, quite reasonable suggestions around reducing the visual impact of it. Have you got a response to those concerns? Because they did seem quite reasonable, and just looking at the design, it does seem, by just being white, it is quite obtrusive compared to what could have been done with more earthy tones.
Yeah, so I did respond to that memo. I'm not sure if you got a copy of my response, but I guess that was one of the things we did look at quite closely around the colouring of the building and obviously tied into the context. And we it's not really a building that sort of sits within a sort of broader landscape. When you look at it from the different perspectives, from the north east, from the car park, you do see the building against the existing pavilion and also the car park with this tree line down the left-hand side. From the oval side, which is the northwest, you also see it in the context of the backdrop of trees, but also see it in the context of the pavilion itself. And you don't see it from the Hagley Ave side because of the trees. And from the southern eastern side, you see it against the groundsman sort of shed to a degree, but you also see it in relation to the pavilion. So when we looked at that sort of context, I kind of felt that it actually read better, reading as part of the language, tying into the pavilion language itself, as opposed to trying to change the sort of colour to something else. Because when you look at the existing building, it has a number of sort of ranges of browns and greys and beiges, but it doesn't actually, just because you paint a building a series of browns doesn't necessarily make it blend into the environment. So when we looked at holistically, we felt that it read better, having a connection with materiality with the other cricket pavilion on the adjacent to it.
Right. And then the second question I had was just in regards to funding. Are you going to apply for council for funding for the development of the
we
facility?
have enough funds either committed, or we'd expect by the middle of April we have enough funds either committed or paid to demolish and build the shell outside of the building. We won't start unless we had those funds in place. We're not applying for any council funds at all for this project. It was purchased by way of a very generous advance by Stephen Bock and his wife, who advanced the money to the trust interest-free. And the rest of it has been from funding from Sport New Zealand, for example, from the Richard Hadley Trust, $800,000, and other donations that have been made across the time that we've owned the building and sought private funding. So we're not seeking any council funding for this.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. And, an incredible amount of generosity involved in that answer to that question, so I just want to acknowledge that. Hands off Hagley. Martin Meehan, welcome.
Right, thank you very much for listening to what I have to say. First of all, just a reminder that the purpose of Hagley Park is to provide open space for recreation for the citizens of Christchurch, and any building or expansion of a building, by definition, reduces that space. And you can say it's only a little bit, whether it's this case or any other, it's only a little bit, it won't matter. But that's, you're sort of working on the theory of nobody will miss a slice out of an open loaf. Eventually, yeah, you do. It's just not there anymore. So the provision of an indoor cricket facility, the training facility, is allowed, and I have no objection to that. It's under the CCRP. But I am concerned about the proposal by Canterbury Cricket Trust for the new sports centre, which goes way beyond what was originally envisaged, which was a cricket training facility, indoor one. So we've gone beyond that with futsal and netball, etc. And if you compare what's being proposed with Action Sports and what they provide, they're strikingly similar. Canterbury Cricket have a close relationship to Action Sports in that their admin offices are based at Action Sports in Hornby, and I believe their commercial manager at Canterbury Cricket is also the managing director of Action Sports. So there's a lot of sort of cross-fertilisation going on here. And the Hagley Sports Centre looks like a mirror image of what is actually a very well-run, successful business, Action Sports, in Hornby. And I believe Canterbury Cricket and the Cricket Trust have taken this approach, and they claim that the income derived from any hiring out of the facilities is to pay for the facilities. But if you just stayed with the original proposal, which doesn't use any more land, you wouldn't have to hire it out to raise money to pay for it. It's sort of a circular argument. The sports centre is proposed to be open from 6 a.m. till midnight, 7 days. And of course, if you're charging for the use of it, this makes it a commercial building. You're not hiring it out, as far as I know, to the Football Association or the Hockey Association. This is for just the same as Action Sports. It'll be kids, cakes, bakers playing netball against a city council accounts team, and you pay a fee for that, and there's a need for that sort of thing around, obviously. But I don't think it should be in Hagley Park as a commercial facility. Now this, Canterbury Cricket Trust claim they'll be providing public facilities, well-needed public facilities, in that part of Hagley Park, in that they'll be allowing the public to use the toilets and the changing rooms. But if you think about it, the changing rooms are on the side of the building and the toilets are in the middle, and you access the toilets from the changing rooms, so you've got the door going backwards and forwards, and the door to the toilets opens to the outside also. So anybody coming in will have access to the change room. So, of course, when the building is in use, the toilets will be closed, because you just can't have people running through the change rooms from the outside. So you would wonder how much of a public facility this will be. You know, they'll be available when not being used by the sports facility. And the more the sports facility is used, the less the toilets will be available. And it means the sort of alleged public toilets will be open at various times between 6 a.m. to midnight. And if you're looking for a public toilet, it's a fairly dodgy proposition. You get there and the place is locked up because somebody's in there playing cricket or netball or whatever. And the changing rooms also would be under the same constraints. You know, what are the Cricket Trust going to do? Are they going to say, yes, we can have schoolboys or something in there using the change rooms, or we can take the money from people renting the facilities to help pay for it? So I think you've got a perverse incentive there. They say they'll provide these facilities, but the incentive is not to provide them because they're using them for somebody paying for them. So it's not really providing public facilities. The upstairs area is an area designated workspace, which seems to have a lot of desks in it and 2 meeting rooms or boardrooms, but you wouldn't think it seems an awful lot of workspace. And what is it? And we've been told that it's to be used by administrators associated with the facility, which is fairly loose terminology. Who's going to be associated with the facility? Is this a move to get the offices of Canterbury Cricket back and into Hagley Oval, which makes a lot of sense from their point of view, but from a Reserves Act, you're not allowed to do that. You know, the size of this workspace / office facility is about 6 double garages. Now there's also provision for 11 new car parks along the side of the building. I think it's 10 or 11, but that's also more space that's lost from Hagley Park. It's a grassed area that then becomes a car park, but that's not included, I don't think, in the footprint. It's just, you know, with Canterbury Cricket and the Cricket Trust, there's always an element of mission creep. We start off with one thing, and the next thing you know, we've moved on, and there's always a timeline on it. Now, the resource consents for the building in 2018-221 was described as a major sports facility, and this has huge ramifications for Hagley Park. A major sports facility is not allowed in there, and it's about the 3rd attempt by cricket to have the Oval designated as a major sports facility, and this gives you some sort of an idea what is going on and where we're likely to be headed in 5, 10, 20 years' time. And just one sort of thing that a major sports facility will allow is a building of 20 metres high as of right in a major sports facility, and that could happen in Hagley Park. Doesn't say how many buildings, but you know, you've got to be mindful of this. And so I would ask that the council reject the plans for this one and just encourage Christchurch Cricket Trust to go back to their original plan. And just bear in mind that you are the guardians of Hagley Park. It's the public commons of Christchurch, and if you think that's a bit of a quaint term, it meshes in very, very well with the the Maori concept of kaitiangatangi, and you are the kaitiaki of Hagley Park, and the decision you make sets the trend for this. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got time for a couple of questions. Sarah Templeton.
Thank you. You covered a lot of ground there.
Yes.
Would it be a correct summary to say that the two key points you're saying are stay within the current footprint,
Yeah.
and don't let other sporting groups use it?
Well, just stay away from the temptation to be commercial. If you think there's going to be a need for all these indoor facilities, I would remind you that the Apollo Centre in Jelly Park is looking for tenants, and they're currently, they've got a full-size netball court, strength conditioning gym, 40-metre running straight and showers. And this is
But the main thing is, but the main thing is to stay within the current footprint.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So would you have an objection to them actually rebuilding the building within the current footprint? The actual design and colour and bits and pieces itself,
Well,
is
I
that a
think
problem?
the other side of that coin is the commercialisation of.
But if that was up to them, is it it's not the design, it's the footprint and the commercialisation?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The next presentation is from Christchurch Civic Trust, Professor Chris Kisling and Dingle. Right, that's been distributed now, so you can begin the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Where's the microphone? Thank you for accepting our request. Today, the Canterbury Cricket Trust is no doubt expecting you to rubber stamp approval of its request. On the face of it, an apparently innocuous request to demolish and rebuild the Hagley Sports Centre. However, as we all know, appearances can be deceiving. The Christchurch Civic Trust contends that the staff report cannot be relied upon for the purpose of the Council's decision-making today. It omits or obscures relevant information. The Canterbury Cricket Trust's request must be considered in the following context. The resource consent granted to that trust in 2018 for a major sports facility, a non-complying activity in respect of the former Horticultural Hall building, and the Council's receipt of a resource consent application dated 3rd of March 2021, also for a major sports facility, a non-complying activity in respect of that building. Under the heading Legal Implications, paragraph 8.8 in the staff report confirms the report has not been reviewed and approved by the Legal Services Unit. Statements in paragraphs 4.1, 5.16 and 9.1 relate to the avoidance of delay. Such statements in the staff report have the effect of placing you, as decision makers, under duress to approve the request today, relying on the staff report alone. The staff report states the proposed uses for cricket training and coaching, together with community-based sports. Not disclosed in the report is the relevant fact that the Canterbury Cricket Trust requires approval from the Council as the administering body for Hagley Park under the Reserves Act in order to develop a major sports facility on the leased area occupied by the Hagley Sports Centre, a use which has never been undertaken on the site in the past, such a use being inconsistent with the Christchurch District Plan zoning for Hagley Park. Not disclosed in the staff report is the relevant fact that the 2018 non-notified resource consent was granted to the Canterbury Cricket Trust for a non-complying activity in the district plan, namely a major sports facility in Hagley Park. Not disclosed in the staff report under the heading Other Legal Implications is the relevant fact that the application pending in respect of the resource consent required for the proposed building is dated 3rd of March 2021 and has been received by the Council. The Canterbury Cricket Trust's application requests non-notification as in 2018, and consent for a non-complying activity, namely a major sports facility in Hagley Park. The staff report states the proposed building remains within the existing lease area. The staff report does not disclose the relevant fact that the existing lease area is located at Hagley Oval, and thus subject to the requirements of the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan. The location of the Hagley Sports Centre, former horticultural hall at Hagley Oval, is confirmed in an appendix to the 2013 Environment Court interim decision, in the 2007 Hagley Park Management Plan, and in published statements by Sir Richard Hadley, the Christchurch City Council and Canterbury Cricket, and those are included in the attachment. The 2018 resource consent for a major sports facility appears to have been granted in breach of Section 60 of the Greater Christchurch Regeneration Act. Councils not to act inconsistently with plan in relation to the recovery plan. And I quote, any person exercising powers or performing functions under the Resource Management Act 1991 must not make a decision or recommendation relating to all or part of Greater Christchurch that is inconsistent with the plan on any of the following matters under the Resource Management Act 1991, and includes an application for resource consent for a non-complying activity, whether or not the application was first lodged after the plan was gazetted. The Chief Executive, Mayor and Councillors were all sent an email on the 4th of March 2021, last week, from the Christchurch Civic Trust, which drew the Section 60 legal issue to your attention. It cannot simply be ignored. The 2018 consent permitted a major sports facility, a non-complying activity, inconsistent with the specified outcomes and mandatory requirement in the Cricket Oval Anchor Project in the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan. And I quote, the essential village green character of Hagley Park will also be kept, whilst providing a domestic and international purpose-built cricket venue, including training and coaching facilities with indoor and outdoor nets. The plan's vision of the scale of the developed cricket oval within Hagley Park did not include a major sports facility. We respectfully remind you of your particularly strong opposition to the use of the term major sports facility to describe the activity proposed for Hagley Oval in Regenerate Christchurch's draft proposal. The Council's 4th of September 2019 letter to Regenerate Christchurch stated that it, quote, would risk future development of a scale that is completely contrary to the village green and community park character of Hagley Park. Reference to a major sports facility in relation to Hagley Oval in the district plan was subsequently removed from the proposal to the Minister. The staff report refers to the 2017 assignment of the lease from the Canterbury Horticultural Society to the Canterbury Cricket Trust. However, the 2nd of February 2017 staff report did not disclose the wording of the mandatory requirement in Section 115 of the Reserves Act regarding the transfer of a lease. The administering body shall not grant its consent to transfer of a lease unless the transferee is a voluntary organisation whose aims and objects are similar to those of the lessee. The staff report did not disclose the aims and objects of the Canterbury Horticultural Society, nor evidence of their similarity or otherwise with those of the Canterbury Cricket Trust for the purpose of the full Council's decision-making under Section 115. Thus, the full Council assigned the lease to the Canterbury Cricket Trust in apparent breach of Section 115 in circumstances where a new lease application should have been made by the Canterbury Cricket Trust. The 2017 staff report did not disclose whether that report had been reviewed and approved by the Legal Services Unit. The 1991 lease for the area occupied by the former horticultural hall is no longer fit for purpose, having been drawn up for the Canterbury Horticultural Society 30 years ago. A new lease is required, a process requiring public consultation under the Reserves Act. Since the 1991 lease does not provide for or anticipate a major sports facility, the Council as lessor cannot grant approval for a major sports facility proposal, disguised in the staff report to you as a sports centre, but disclosed in resource consent documents as a major sports facility, a non-complying activity in terms of the district plan.
I would take the next section that you've got on that paper there, which says a way forward, as being read, and I'm substituting the paper which is the addendum. In her letter of 10th of March, in response to the Civic Trust letter to Councillor Sarah Templeton, as chair of the Hagley Park Reference Group, the Chief Executive responds on several operational matters, one of which refers to the 2018 resource consent. The Chief Executive says, and I quote, "We apologise for the staff error in not providing a copy of the 2018 application to the HPRG for comment. However, as the 2018 consent has been issued, I see little value in litigating this further," unquote. An apology does not resolve the issue. Little value in litigating this further? To whom, we ask? There is enormous value to the many users of Hagley Park now, but even more importantly for future users who will have to experience their park with a major sports facility, an MSF, at all its effects. Cricket might not want this anomaly to be revisited, as it would expose the huge commercial value to them of having a consent for a major sports facility in Hagley Park at Hagley Oval. The MSF is like yeast in bread making. It helps expand the dough. On the one hand, cricket are playing a long game to consolidate their position within Hagley Park. They also play the short game of claiming the need for haste to be able to meet the demands of pending international fixtures. They have twice used special earthquake-related powers to advance their cause and circumvent the Hagley Park Management Plan. They sought their 2018 resource consent non-notified to avoid public scrutiny. They are again today seeking haste and placing the Council under duress with this current application. It is cricket versus the rest, with an umpire that has vested interest in the result. That umpire has the opportunity to demonstrate neutrality in an open manner. The resource consent has not yet been implemented, so you can do something. That something is for Council to formally review this consent to remove the MSF element. You owe it to the future residents of the city.
Thank you. Sorry, just comes to the conclusion of the 10 minutes, so thank you very much for your deputation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is Lindsay Carswell.
Oh, good morning, councillors and Mayor.
Good morning, welcome.
I've given you what I'm going to say, and I'll read it out, but I might shorten it a little bit. And I've also given you a bundle of emails that came with it. These emails have been collected a while back, but they show the interaction between the council and Canterbury Cricket and other organisations. I'll come back to them shortly. They were obtained under the Local Government Act, so there was nothing wrong there or anything like that. And I will just mention there that they detail the interaction between the various groups there. One of the problems with ageing is that you lose some of your facilities, and I can no longer read properly. It's a real pain in the butt. Anyway, Part B. Christchurch City Council staff are not independent from Canterbury Cricket. There is a close, unfair and long-standing and unhealthy relationship between the applicant and the council. This is evident from the attached emails, where the council staff have championed Canterbury Cricket in various stages of the Hagley Oval development, ignoring the concerns of other groups. The emails show the staff were not neutral. Instead, we're out of the public eye and actively promoting the ambitions of Canterbury Cricket. Point C. the decision. This is what I'd like you to do. I request that the lease application sits on or rests on the table until the resource consent has been application by Canterbury Cricket Trust can be considered on a publicly notified basis because of Hagley Park status as a city-wide asset, with the application first referred to the Hagley Park reference group and then referred to an independent commissioner for processing. Then a more fully considered and completed lease purpose could be brought back to council. Further, the public will be able to express their views representing non-cricket recreation users for the park. That's really what I want to say, but I just want to go over... Oh, sorry, there's a bit more there. The council being the administrative body exercising delegated powers under the Reserves Act should take into account the interests of all stakeholders who use this city treasure. That includes me too. I quite often go for a walk in the park. The emails. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a couple I would like to comment on. Page 11. I numbered them all so we could quickly get to them. You got them there in front of you? I hope you have. This was a meeting. It was right away back 2012. The email simply says, for your information, Minister McCuddy will be visiting us on Friday. That's all I knew. Nowhere else in any other emails to find. I asked the council. They had no information. I went to Sport New Zealand and they admitted that they had attended it. But everybody was very reluctant, so I had to get the ombudsman. Thank goodness we have an ombudsman in New Zealand. And he investigated it. And he basically, in his report, when he got back to me, had said that they have no records of it. And he went on to say that it breaches the Public Records Act, and he was referring it to somebody else, but I don't know if anything actually ever happened after that. Right? Sport New Zealand, because I kept pestering them, did finally come back, and they did admit that they had some information in their minutes of meetings where they commented on what the visit counted. They go on to say, Sport New Zealand said to me that the council had declined a Cricket New Zealand request to build an international venue on Hagley Park. No, I never knew anything about that. And it also, Sport New Zealand, this is what I found quite interesting, the decision reinforced the tension between City Council and central government over the park. So the central government was involved in this also in a big way. But the lack of record keeping, I've already mentioned on that, the public records is a real concern that the council was doing that as well as Sport New Zealand. All right, turn to page 19. Here we have emails between staff with between John Fussell and Michael Aitken, who no longer here, and Ian Thompson. And it goes on to say that the legal opinion... Now, there's a build-up to this. Sarah, the legal advisor, Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority, their legal advisor suggested that you get a legal opinion. The minister agreed with that. A legal opinion was produced, and the legal opinion said it's not as easy as you think it's going to be. The minister will have to sign off on a order in council. And the minister declined that, and so it put a made things difficult. And then we have this range of emails here where we have an email there going on about the fact that the legal opinion obtained just in the order of council would be needed, etc., etc. And that's why there was this discussion about Roger losing interest in the whole Oval project. And the staff suggesting how to get round the problem. It's in the plan, it's in the blueprint, therefore the Hagley Oval management plan now allows for this to happen. Well, I disagree with that. Anyway, then on page 22, final little piece there, we have a letter, an email addressed to me from Michael Aikens, and the interesting part there is how he says there that, to the best of my knowledge, no staff member has assisted Sarah, Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. I rest my case. That's what I want to say. Except that, please, think very carefully what you're going to do with this lease agreement. I would strongly recommend that you get further information on it. You let it lie on the table. Thank you.
Questions, Sarah Templeton?
Thanks so much, and thanks for being very clear at the beginning about what you were asking us to do. Both you and the previous group have provided lots of context and background information and some technical and legal stuff. Is for you the same as the other group, where it's the major sports facility framing within that 2018 consent that's the issue? Is that what you want fixing in the consenting?
Why?
Because that wasn't particularly clear.
Why do they keep coming back wanting this?
So, but what are you wanting fixing in the consenting and the lease? What is it that you would like fixed in it before we look at it again?
Wouldn't it be better to go through and get the resource consent part sorted out first, then the lease?
Okay, so what is it about the consenting that you would like? I'm just trying to be really clear on what you're asking us to do with the consenting.
Well, I would have thought that getting the resource consent would be the first step, rather than, aren't we doing it round back to front?
Okay, but the lease is dependent on the consent being granted anyway, so it can't be in effect until a consent's granted. What is it about the consent that you really want us to look at in detail? The previous group were clear that it's the term major sports facility and the implications of that.
Well, I think actually the term major sports facility should be removed from any of the documents.
Okay.
It's got all sorts of connotations which we don't know where that would lead to and what it could lead to.
Yeah.
That's good.
Thanks.
Look, thank you. That's just perfect end to the timing. So thank you very much, Lindsay. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next we have Susan Williams.
Unfortunately, Sue cannot be here.
Right.
She's retained at school, can't get away. She has filed her
Yes.
report with you. She'd asked me to see whether I'd be allowed to read it into the public record.
Yeah, for sure. You'll have to sit at the table though. So thank you.
So I'm speaking for Sue Williams. Council's long-term park service plan to 2028, approved by Andrew Rutledge and Mary Richardson, who also approved today's item 20's report, describes residents' strong affinity with their parks and open spaces, which is a key component in building resilient and sustainable communities. I am one of that very large number of residents. Council reports are formatted, but issues must still be thoroughly addressed. At 1.4, it identifies 2 issues that led to a conclusion this decision is of low significance under Council's significance and engagement policy. I consider this a cynical minimisation of Hagley Park. The report itself identifies the site as high profile, and it certainly is, nationally and under international standards. And in the box below you can see why. And in the significance policy, Hagley Park is a Schedule 1 strategic asset. In that policy, considerations also cover likely impact on asset and consequences, which must be applied here. You also have management responsibilities to us under 5 acts listed below in the next box and under the CCRP and the district plan. Today it involves a Reserves Act decision, but that does not mean you should turn a blind eye to those other obligations, not to consequences for Hagley Park because they are significant, nor to consequences for Hagley Park because they are significant. The report's significance assessment also concluded the proposal is largely a replacement of a like-for-like building. However, it is disturbingly vague about the use. At 5.21, it is for a proposed use that has generally existed in the past and to some extent is likely to be of similar scale to use as in the past, although some increase in daily operation is possible. And at 5.18, for other community sports users, the frequency of additional use is not clear. At 5.14 it states, it will enable cricket double headers to be played, i.e. 4 teams to be hosted at one time. If consequences are then factored in, the like-for-like argument disappears, with doubled intensity of activity, greater public exclusion, inconvenience for other park users and hospital access issues. Compounding today's decision is the fact that the building can be used as a major sports facility via the 2018 resource consent processed and approved non-notified for council, and that changes everything. An MSF means bigger structures, commercialism, the activities of a scale, frequency and intensity way beyond past users or like for like, and with huge impacts and consequences for Hagley Park. To make things worse, the council established Hagley Park Reference Group sits at level 3 and 4 on the International Engagement Policy Standard UUs. Yet that consent was kept even from our community representatives, despite all resource consents relating to Hagley Park having to go to that group under its terms of reference before being processed by this council as a decision maker. The report references the 2018 consent at 5.9, but for a multi-use sports centre with no mention of major sports facility. The park staff similarly fudged the issue at page 174, stating, there is no reference in the consultation material to major sports facility. Instead, CCT's consultation document refers to a multi-use facility. This created another issue that council did not fully inform the public in December 2020 what exactly they were being consulted on, as the MSF, hiding in the wings of the proposed Hagley building, was not disclosed. Had the public known, I consider critical responses would have flooded in. In 2019, a strategic partner, council responding to CCT Regenerate GCRA Act, Section 71 proposal, expressed its strong objection to a major sports facility in Hagley Park, such that it was removed from what the Minister approved. It would be the height of hypocrisy if an MSF established there now and you did nothing to prevent it. At 9.1, a belief is stated. The council will suffer reputational damage if the facility is not completed for the Women's Cricket World Cup. I consider if you approve the decision today and leave the MSF element unaddressed, the compounding intensification at Hagley Oval will make it impossible for council to sustainably manage Hagley Park for the community, and reputational damage will most surely come from residents. Significant considerations also include the capacity of the local authority to perform its role. Firstly, Council's role of sustainably managing Hagley Park for current or future well-being of the community will be unworkable while the MSF elephant in the room remains. Secondly, the Council must make decisions that are consistent with the CCRP. The report at 5.3 incorrectly quoted the CCRP by ignoring its requirement that village green characteristics are to be retained at the Oval. If you leave this decision on the table today, remove the MSF element in the resource consent, and then approve a building that the CCRP stipulates for training and coaching facilities with indoor nets and no more, it could be timely built. That would better retain the village green, be what the Environment Court approved and the CCRP requires, and maintain Council's capacity to perform your role of sustainable park management. Council's obligations to residents and future generations rightly carry on across the electoral terms. Equally, significant negative impacts on Hagley Park will carry on and compound if you, as a group today, box on without addressing the issues outlined. Please pause and treat this decision and Hagley Park with the gravitas they deserve. And thank you from Sue Williams.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having that read into the record. Much appreciated. Right, now, councillors, we'll move on to item 20, and the recommendations from staff sit in front of us. So if I could invite staff to present the report. I just think just a brief introduction and perhaps addressing some of the issues that have been raised that need to be responded to. Thank you.
Thank you. By means of introduction, the report in front of you is to consider as landlord effectively whether or not you approve of the modification of the building, or in this case deconstruction and reconstruction. And also a couple of key points. The modified building still sits within the lease area that the Canterbury Cricket Trust hold. A lot of the discussion has been about RMA matters, and I'll just point out that Council has received the new application for a resource consent. That has been sent out to all the members of the Hagley Park Reference Group, so that can be considered thoroughly, and comment can be made back to the planners. The notion of, or the question relating to, do you do a landlord consent first or do you do a resource consent first, is not an uncommon one that we have around many lease situations for facilities on recreation reserves. It doesn't apply here, but I'll just make this comment. What we tend to have trouble with is people go and get a resource consent and then they think they're away and laughing. And then we have to remind them, no, you've actually got to get the landlord's approval. So you can go both ways, frankly. And that's something that you may wish to consider today. With regard to the terminology major sports facility, it is a technical term, I believe, that as it sits in the district plan, that any facility over 300 square metres is termed a major sports facility. We already have at least two on Hagley Park. We have the netball centre and we have the golf club that would now be termed major sports facilities. So that's just to put it in context for you. Felix, you may wish to elaborate on that, or essentially that's all we can really add to the conversation so far, and happy to answer any questions.
Councillors, Sarah Templeton.
Thanks for clarifying that, Andrew. So the major sports facility terminology that's used in the 2018 consent refers to the current size of the facility. Does it allow for a greater facility to be built in the future? And if it did, would council still need to do a separate decision to allow that as landholder?
Yes.
So it does allow for something bigger in the future because it's a facility, or that we would still need to make a decision?
You need to clarify your question. Are you saying specifically would it allow the Canterbury Cricket Trust to build a larger facility?
Yeah, does just having the term major sports facility?
Not without further approval. So if they decided they wanted to put a third story on the building or whatever it was, it goes back through this same process.
Okay.
As the landlord, you have to agree to any modifications to any building.
Yeah. Okay. And the footprint of the building, does that take up the new footprint? It looks like it takes some hard surface and a small sliver of green at the back, or is that mostly hard surface it's going on? So is it taking more green space away, for example?
It's kind of grey space, to be frank.
There
is a modification to the footprint, and you'll be aware that there's a total increase of 70 square metres.
Yeah, but no tree removal for any of the building work or any of that?
No.
No, thanks.
Was the increase at the ground level, was that at the request of the council in terms of the access to the new facilities that would be made available?
Not explicitly. Council obviously are very keen to be able to get access to those changing rooms, in particular to support women's cricket. On the number, what we call the number 2 or the nursery ground. I guess the point to remember is there's always a lot of cricket going on in summer. 20 odd games through Christ College, the Polo Grounds, and all of Hospital Corner and so forth. And there are very few change facilities available. So we are very keen to be able to access those buildings for the wider community. The Canterbury Cricket Trust's designers designed the building to accommodate that, but not explicitly at our request.
Right. But they were aware that we had a desire to be able to utilise them as a public facility.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Just a quick one based off Anne's presentation, which I thought was really useful. It just talks about there the under duress and the making of decisions. Are we comfortable in our legal position on proceeding forward today, making a decision?
On this decision, yes.
Yep. Yeah, cool. Well, in that case, I'm happy to move it if you need to, just as a starting point.
Yep. I'll second it then. So, no, it doesn't matter. Fine. Pauline, you had a question.
Thank you. Just with regard to the extra footprint of, you're saying 70 square metres? I thought I heard 95.
I think it's 95.
I was at 95.
Yep, 95.
My apologies.
So that's contained in the original lease agreement. What is the usage of that in the lease? Is it as green space?
Primarily, it is to accommodate those changing facilities.
So it's to allow
the increase
to
in
allow
footprint
the building.
has been driven by the desire to have improved change facilities, and in particular, the appropriate facilities to support female athletes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Yanni and then Anne.
Yeah, I was just interested in in our report, we were told that the City Council and the Trust worked on a range of funding initiatives for parks and community organisational projects, and that resulted in a $610,000 grant. How was that decided? Like, we've got other projects that come to mind, so where was that?
I can't answer that question, sorry. That was facilitated by the Sport and Recreation team. We'd have to get some advice from them.
The question we're being asked today, though, is in relation to the request to approval to demolish and replace the building. So there is
Correct.
Already a lease.
We're not
in
considering
place.
funding.
No.
So, but without that funding, this project wouldn't go ahead.
No, obviously without funding the project will not go ahead, but there is no council funding associated to this project.
We've already heard that. We heard that very clearly from the question that was asked and answered.
So the funding from Sport New Zealand, it goes directly to the trust. It doesn't come through council.
No.
Is that correct?
No, council has no role.
Okay. Just wanted to check on this whole issue of commercial use and your sense of what would be permissible under the Hagley Park Management Plan.
Well, under the Reserves Act, no commercial use is permissible.
Right. So the idea of having, say, indoor cricket, you know, professional, commercial type, people paying to go and play, like indoor
That's
sports.
not technically considered commercial use if it's supporting that community sport level. For example, we have a golf course on Hagley Park that you must pay to be able to play.
Right.
So that's consistent all over the country in terms of how community level sport operates.
So they can have a community level of activity that people pay to
But a
play,
commercial
as long
entity
as
cannot go in and use those facilities for commercial gain.
So as long as the revenue raised from that goes back into the charitable purpose, then it's okay.
It must be a not-for-profit organisation.
Right. How does that impact on, say, our lease fees or licence to occupy charging? Like, how do we work out how much we would charge for the lease of the space?
I believe it's a pretty standard process. Felix, do you have that?
That's just the lease, the rent is determined on the basis of the sports club and the community groups policy, which is a discounted rate for community groups and sports clubs. You'll be familiar with that.
Right.
This is a non-for-profit operation.
But it
It's
will
not
have
commercial.
professional use as well.
It's like all sports facilities do. For example, Ngāpunawai has an international hockey facility on it. It can host, but it's not the primary use. You know, those things occur once every 2 years.
Yeah. Just did the other question I had was, did we get, at what stage would our urban design team provide advice over?
During the resource consenting process.
Right,
but application was received on Monday. It's been shared with the Hagley Park Reference Group, and it goes through its normal RMA process.
Right, so in terms of the controls over the lease, there's nothing that we could do in terms of urban design or control of, say, advertising signage?
Absolutely, you can in the lease. You can state that there should be no advertising signage. That's not uncommon in reserves.
Yeah. So have you got any sense of what's permissible and what we may like to restrict?
Look, off the top of my head, no. It is a challenge all over the city. If you drive past Burnside Park right now, they have a very large sign for a commercial operator on their community facility.
Yeah.
I don't have that policy in my head, sorry.
Right. Okay. I mean, I guess the concern is
we
that...
work quite closely with clubs to try to support them to be sustainable without pushing the limits.
But having a whole bunch of, you know, private advertising in Hagley Park wouldn't be something that would be...
No.
That wouldn't be permitted under the terms of the lease. It's certainly not in terms of the landlord approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Not just Hagley Park, all of our parks. We apply consistent policies to all of our parks.
Anne?
Kia ora, thank you. We've heard a lot about cricket, but my understanding is that it's also going to be used for other sports. Can you talk about that a bit more?
That's probably a question for the trust, actually.
Okay.
You know, our role here is to put in front of you the modification to the building, not the use of the building, in a sporting context.
Yeah,
But it's a very common thing, whether it's a school gymnasium or a council building or whatever, they tend to want to fill them up and use those spaces.
So I guess I'm trying to get at the fact that it will be really beneficial, not just to cricket, but to the whole community, you know, use really, I guess.
Yeah, again, but that's a decision. Yes,
Yes,
it can facilitate other activity, just like the horticultural hall did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, remembering it used to be cricket nets and then it was modified.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right, Andrew?
Thank you. In the supporting notes and in the deputation from the Civic Trust, under the discussion about the use of the term major sports facility, there are a number of bullet points that refer to matters that are not disclosed in the staff report. So the requirement of approval by council of a major sports facility, the 2018 consenting, and also the fact that the resource consent required for the proposed building is dated the 3rd of March 2021 rather than been application pending. Are any of those things omissions and things that should be reported on, or are any of them relevant to the particular matter we're considering today? That's the first of two questions I've got.
So I guess the biggest challenge whenever you consider a landlord's consent is the obvious interdependency of an RMA decision. But technically, you are making a decision on whether or not you accept the demolition of the building and the rebuild of a replacement building on the same site. It's very, council typically doesn't have a role to play in terms of councillors sitting around the table in most RMA decisions. They're done by independent commissioners. So it's very difficult for me to sort of say things are missing, because the application for the RMA has just been received long after this report was written. What I can say about the RMA, and there are people behind me that can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, is that the conditions that were part of the consent that the horticultural hall had were the conditions that were novated across to the trust. Is that correct? That's correct. So some of those conditions we're quite uncomfortable with, because they are not consistent with the lease that the Horticultural Society had, nor have been transferred across. So now that we have a new resource consent application, we have that opportunity to address those inconsistencies, but through an RMA process, not this process. Does that make sense?
Yep. So that leads to a point that Lindsay Carswell made, and I think, and I'm going to ask for some clarification here, that you, Andrew, referred to in some of your opening comments. Lindsay asked the question, why would you not get the resource consent approval first and then deal with these matters? And I think I heard you in your opening remarks saying that's an approach you might decide to take, and I think it was that matter that you were referring to. I mean, this is about timing and sequencing, but is there merit in waiting for the resource application, a resource consent application, to run its course and the decision to be made prior to granting the approvals? Would there be any merit or advantage in that?
It's hard to say that there's merit or advantage. We always encourage people, typically, to get the landlord's consent before they go to the significant expense, because not-for-profit, before they go to those significant expenses to get a resource consent. So if the landlord has no interest in adopting a change, why would you go and get your resource consent? As I say, it's very difficult to sort of keep the matters separate, and we've had this with several situations that have come to the light, particularly with Hagley Park, whether it was lights or other matters. Because I have no idea what the Commissioner will look at, what the planners will do in terms of applying the rules, I don't know if I can honestly answer that question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, what you have done is given some rationale for the way that it would be set out in the way it is today, and the timing would be in the order that's proposed in the paper. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Pauline?
Mine is probably more a question of the trust, but I'll ask Andrew anyway. But would it be possible for this project to proceed without extending the footprint? They would obviously have to reduce...
That is very much a question for the designers.
And you can't answer that?
Yep.
Okay, because I'm... Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to take advice, but I'm quite happy to have the trust come back and answer that question if that's permissible under standing orders. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Worship. The only reason for the change or the increase was that the specifications for the changing rooms, toilets and showers had to be a particular size, and if we didn't increase that footprint, to accommodate that. Number one, we wouldn't have got the funding and it wouldn't have been a legacy project for Christchurch. And number two, we would have to compromise on the 5 lanes that we've designed and put in place as a result of the advice that we've received both from New Zealand Cricket and Dale Hadley, who did international cricket indoor facilities in Dubai and elsewhere. So for it to be effective for full training situations, we need to keep what is regarded as a minimum in terms of the size of the 5 lanes. The size of the changing facilities took it over that amount. So as has been confirmed, it's 95 square metres on the footprint, but the whole building is reduced in size, and it's well within the leased area of what has been granted to the Trust in terms of the lease through to 2044. So we're not encroaching on any green space or anything else. It's simply within that footprint.
Yeah, so I think it's that we obviously had a design which met the existing footprint, and then the change rooms beefed it up. So two ways we looked at when people asked a question about, how do you reduce the footprint. One is you do away with that larger change room and just have a smaller one serving the training space. Or you could, in theory, just carve off a bit of the extra area in the main sports hall. When you actually look at what tangible benefit that would be, you'd probably take it away from the stream side or the riverside, which are the trees, and from all public perceptions of the building, it'll look exactly the same as what it does now. So if you carve, say, 2 metres off the sports hall or 3 metres, it reduces the functionality of the main sports hall. But, from practical terms, it'll look exactly the same because you don't see that perspective. You'll just have a bigger amount of, open space between those trees and the building. So practically it would still proceed, but you would potentially lose a lot of functionality and potentially the dual use and potentially the community use, which we just see as beneficial.
I'd just add as well that for the resource consent process, one of the key considerations both in the application but for council and ultimately the commissioner deciding will be the differences between the proposed building and the consented building and the existing building. So looking at where it comes back in or where it goes further out, what space it's occupying, what it looks like, and whether that's appropriate or not, having regard to what the district plan expects for Hagley Park in that zone.
Thank you. And, so, will they also be looking at the issue of creep that we hear about?
In brief, yes. Yes, that and the appropriateness of the activity. Yep.
Thank you.
So, is this a question for the trust or? Right. Okay.
Will with the increasing footprint of the building, what would the effect of that lost open space be to the trust? In other words, what has it been used for, over the period up till now?
What was it? Clarify that.
The land, the building's increasing in its footprint. So there's the outside area at the moment. What has that will be lost when the footprint increases? What has it been used for up until this point?
Yeah, so the building footprint sits within a larger lease sort of footprint. So one point of note that comes back in relation to green space, we're actually providing afterwards the same amount of impervious surfaces. So the buildings get bigger, but we are providing some more green space on the car park side to offset the bit of the green space currently there in the building on the southern side. So the amount of, hard standing areas, being it asphalt or building, is exactly the same between now and what we're looking at proposing to do. So in theory, the amount of green space or soft space is exactly the same before and after.
Yeah, but my question is, what is that exact piece of land used for currently?
Okay, so on the south side of the building, it's just a grass strip against the building, which the groundsman uses for sort of storage space, and in the past, between the building and the river, again, it's been used traditionally as outdoor sort of storage space for goalposts and other sports sort of stuff at the moment. So
will those things then be stored inside?
Well, the new groundsman sheds around there have been built now. So I believe the intent is a lot of those storage aspects will be included within the council's groundsman sheds.
We'll get Andrew to answer the council side. Thank you very much for coming back, Andrew.
So it is currently a very simple bit of grassed open space. There are services under that land, some of that land, or just to the side, and there's a gravel pathway. We are currently putting in new storage facilities so that we can remove the old house. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the driveway up to the current building on the right. That was the old groundsman's house. That's where our staff operate out of right now. And so once those shedding facilities are finished, that will get all removed and returned to open space to improve the overall aesthetic. So in terms of what's it used for, very little other than storage of a few goalposts and various other.
So my question for you was going to be, why was the lease area including that extra land in the first place? Why wasn't it just for the footprint of the original building originally?
All of it, that's consistent with all of our community leases. We always have a perimeter around the building. I'm not sure why we do that. Felix might, but that's exactly how all the leases work.
All right. Okay. Well, look, thank you very much for your taking of questions. Sorry?
Sorry. Andrew, we've had a couple of groups present today, but we haven't had the Hagley Park reference group as a whole present.
No.
What was the overall feedback from the Hagley Park reference group?
Oh, you've got me on the spot now because I haven't been
Okay,
attending.
so I've opened up the minutes.
Yeah. I know that the notion was discussed twice at two individual reference groups. I wasn't at those meetings, sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, the minutes here, I can circulate them to people. Overall, the Hagley Park reference group are supportive of the concept, but there were some concerns and questions, and they tended to be around the things that were raised today.
Yeah. I think everyone sort of has concerns about the commercialisation aspect. It's a matter that we struggle to deal with everywhere within reserves.
That's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Look, thank you very much for your presentation, and I've got the matter moved and seconded, so I'll open it up for debate. Sam, would you like to start off the debate as the mover?
Only really briefly, it seems like an absolute no-brainer to me that we would go ahead and do it. There's no cost to the council. It's effectively replacing like for like in terms of the layout, and I think it's a really useful thing, so we should get on and let them do it.
Okay. Anyone else? Pauline?
Yeah, look, I think the project is admirable. I think it's going to tidy up the whole area. I think the building looks nice and tidy, and losing that caretaker's one will help too. But I'm just very worried about the creep. So I just can't support two. I'll support the rest of it, but I'd really like to see them put it back on the same footprint exactly, because I know what happens. It just goes on and on and on. And we have had the deputations in concern, and particularly what Sarah's just read out there. They also have concerns about this. So I'd really like to see them actually fit it back into the same footprint. So I will not be supporting two.
Tim?
Thank you. I'll be supporting this. I do think it's a really good step forward. I think the question with regards to commercialisation is a really tricky one, which you alluded to, Andrew. But whether it's this, St Martin's Bowls Club or whatever, if organisations can actually take the heat off council's financial support in any way, shape, irrelevant of what the group is, I think that we've got to seriously look at that and respect that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you. I want to acknowledge the generosity that we've heard that people have given to this project, and I think that's really to be acknowledged, and I'm glad that the Mayor referenced that. I'm just really concerned around two, that I would much rather wait for the consent. So I'm not against what's being proposed, but my personal view is that the consent should come first before we approve the lease, so that we can address any matters that are raised in that. So the other resolutions I think are fine. But really, I think at the end of the day, like, Hagley Park is such a special place in our city, and to have a resource consent process not be complete ahead of this, approving the lease, raises a real concern with me. I did have a lot of sympathy for the concerns around the design. One thing that, I mean, and I guess everyone will have personal observations, but the white background to the park with the existing pavilion is actually very noticeable. And I'd had a lot of sympathy with some of the comment that was made in the submitters' submissions around using different coloured tones to reduce the impact. But that sort of thing, I would hope, gets addressed through the resource consent process, which is why I'd rather that process occur first before we approve the lease. The reality is that cricket is now in Hagley Park. We do have the pavilion there, and really, you know, this has a lot of synergy with that. And I think the other point that we shouldn't lose sight of is the general neutrality of what's being proposed and the support for women's sports and women's participation, because I think that's one of the really positive aspects of this for the Women's World Cup, is that we are making they are proposing to have facilities that are gender neutral, which is, you know, a really significant step forward, and, you know, possibly long overdue, but that this is something that is a really positive benefit of this feature. So I just ask that you record my abstention under 2, because I'd rather wait for the consent.
I'm just going to say that I'm seeking advice on that, because I think that it's just a question of opposing the recommendation, because you can't split it. That's what I think. But anyway, I'm waiting for advice on that.
And if needs be,
Phil?
we manage to pull.
Thank you very much, guys. This, so I'm not there. I'm supporting this because I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. We're getting rid of an old, cold bunker that's probably got asbestos in it and turning it into something that's great. And for worrying about creep, from what I understand, if I understand it correctly, Andrew said the old building at the front, which is being used for the greenkeepers, is going to be bowled and turned into grass. So we're actually getting more grass back than what we're using up. And it's inside the lease area that they already have, so let them do what they like. Thank you.
I've got Melanie, James and Andrew and Aaron.
I mean, in general, I'm in support of this, but I do worry. I mean, I'm copying what Pauline and Yanni have thought, but I do think that it is a concern about the increasing size, and I do understand it's within that leased area, but it does make me wonder why leased areas are larger than the original building footprint. I do think I'd like to have that resource consent process done first as well, so we can add anything else to the lease if we decided as a council to do that. So that's where I'm at.
James?
Kia ora. I don't think I'm going to be here for the vote. I have to leave shortly, but I do want to say that, excuse me, if this was split, I would support everything except for 2, because I'd like to see a different design, so therefore I would be opposed to it all. But in principle, I like the idea of what you're trying to achieve, but I do have a problem with the footprint. But having said that, I have to leave.
Andrew?
Thank you, and likewise, as others have said, there are some aspects of this that will be taken account of through the resource consenting process. Yeah, I mean, certainly I note the answer to the question I asked earlier around timing and sequencing of this. But I would certainly be a lot more coming. I think this is a good project. I think it's you know, it's got huge merit, and the use of it has got huge merit. But yeah, the resource consenting first, and the landlord's permissions or the lease permissions second, really do make a lot of sense to me, given the nature capture of some of the concerns that have been raised, particularly the increased footprint, the appearance of the building, and some of the matters that have been raised in submissions. In principle, I'm comfortable with it, but yeah, I would far rather see what the resource consent process results in first, so that we know the result of what we're going to be approving, rather than approving these consents and then relying on the resource consent application and process to give us an outcome that we're then comfortable with.
Aaron?
Yeah, I will support this today. I do take note during the deputations that we are the guardians of Hagley Park. We are. Also, will point out that I don't think that anything that's ever built on Hagley Park is ever permanent. Everything that goes there is temporary, and when you look at the history of Hagley Park, there's been many structures on there. Certainly, probably the most startling one was in the 1906-07 exhibition. It was like a 6-storey building was built on there with massive towers and stuff. And then there was a Māori pa built next to Lake Victoria. I kind of wish that had stayed. There's other bits that have come and gone. One of the most colourful parts is that they grew tobacco plants to help fund the park at one point.
Well, I'm glad they don't do that anymore.
It's a colourful history, and it will have a colourful future. The park was drawn up in 1850, and cricket got its first lease in 1860. In the park, so it's been there a long time. It will continue to be there for a long time, and that park is for everyone. And when I look at the cricket matches like the one recently, when 18,000 people were in that little corner of Hagley Park, and it was shown off to the world as we romped the Australians in a game of 2020 cricket. I don't think the romping the Australians is the key to the point I'm trying to make here, but we did beat them very well that particular day. They were definitely by far second best. But that aside, it's a great celebration of sport and of the culture of Christchurch, and it will continue to be there. Will it be there forever? Possibly not. It might move again. It may not be in Hagley Park. None of these buildings will be forever, because that's the nature of anything you put on land. But we are the guardians, and for now we keep an eye on it, and I don't think this goes too far beyond probably the original intentions of the use of Hagley Park, and I think that's the main thing we need to keep an eye on today.
Sarah?
Did I mention the cricket?
Thank you. I'm going to support this today, but I'd like to acknowledge the need for the consent to happen before this lease is put into effect, and that is what number 5 puts in place. So there are protections for the consent being in place ahead of the lease being activated. That's really clear in our resolutions today, and it is crucial. Let's remember that this is a sports group, a large and well organised one, but it is a sports group, and it's enabling community sports participation in our city. The costs of a consent are substantial, and we hear this time after time. And if we're not going to support this, we should indicate it now, because for a not-for-profit, it's untenable to have to go through the enormous expense of a resource consent without the certainty that we as council will then approve the building that's consented. It is untenable for a sports group who is a not-for-profit doing work to enable women's cricket to be turned down at this point and have to then suffer those expenses. On International Women's Day, I attended an event where the significant work by New Zealand Cricket to enable more gender equity within the organisation and within the various levels of women playing was outlined by the director, Anna Johnston. It was impressive. They have had an enormous culture change. They are really focused on equity and equality within the game, and this is one more step to do to go along with this. For us to not approve the replacement of the building as the one outlined in the attached plans does our communities a disservice. It does women who play the game in the city a disservice, and I'd really urge my colleagues to vote in favour today.
Jimmy Chen?
Yeah, after listening to the staff and also all those that are the deputation, because paragraph 2, there's the consent issue, need to go to the consenting the process. But your paragraph 5, can combine with paragraph 2, if you know all those the kind of the attachment plan, attachment B, you know, is obtained, those the consent, then we approve for this one. No any excuse, no any the argue. But now if we presume, you know, we replace the functioning of the kind of the, you know, consenting the hearing, no matter the hearing panel or independent commissioner, but I think this probably is not appropriate. You know, so the paragraph 2, I cannot support, but in principle, I support this one. But paragraph 2, we cannot replace the consenting process. This is my concern.
I'm just going to reinforce what Sarah has said. I just think that an organisation has come to us with a proposal. The advice that we've received from staff essentially is that that yes, you can go either which way in terms of which comes first, but if you are to invest the considerable time and expense and resources into going through the resource consent process, then you really do need to know that you've got the council behind you. And that's why I think it is absolutely imperative that we support this recommendation today. And that is for a number of reasons. But I think the most significant of which relates to the nature of the facility that is there at the moment. Its various uses, referred to the horticultural hall, I think it was for a while. It's back to a transitional name. This would approve the naming of the new facility as Sir Richard Hadley Sports Centre. Sir Richard Hadley Sports Centre won't exist unless it meets the criteria for the international standard that they're setting for our city. And if we want an international standard within our central city in this place, and it is appropriate in this place, the decision was made some time ago in relation to the land lease that sits with this. The decision was made as to the location of the oval, working within the concept of what is able to be facilitated in this space. I just think that we really do owe an obligation to give the cricket fraternity and the community groups that will rely on this facility, to give them the certainty that they need to proceed. I've timed myself out. I was still seeking some advice, so I just 12:46. So I'm just take a 5-minute adjournment just while we quickly get some advice on how to put the vote. Unless you'd like to wrap up the debate, Sam?
Probably only to say I would have spoken a lot longer at the beginning if I'd known people would be opposed to it.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. If we weren't to approve this today, it would send a terrible signal to the city that we block progress, and I just can't for the life of me work out when we have pragmatic solutions from the staff that we wouldn't proceed. So I'm appalled we even need to get advice. Everyone should be supporting this, and it's outrageous that they're not.
Well, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment and we'll take the advice and then we'll come back. We've had advice that that I can put number 2 separately, but if number 2 is fails, then I want to foreshadow a motion that asks that the matter be brought back for a decision once the resource consent is resolved. So I'll just foreshadow that. Eh? Can I not? I can foreshadow a motion, can't I?
I've seconded some.
No, but that would be for an amendment. I couldn't amend it. Can I foreshadow a motion? Okay, all right. So Mike is moving that. Would someone like to second that as a foreshadowed motion? No, you can't. Aaron, did you put your hand up? So you'll second that if it's required. Yep. All right. So so on that basis, I will
Split them out.
yeah. Okay. So I'll deal with number 2 first. Oh well, actually no. I'll deal with 1 to 5 first. And then I'll deal with number 2. So this is resolutions 1 to 5, approving the proposal to demolish, approving the naming of the new facility when it's built, authorise the property manager to complete all lease matters, blah blah blah, and note that the above approvals are subject to the lessee complying with all regulatory and statutory requirements, including building consent and resource consent. So I will put 1 to 5. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Now I'll put number 2, but given that there's a different group around the table, could you poll the members on item 2? Recommendation 2.
Councillor Kewen? Councillor McClellan? Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson? Councillor Galloway? Yes. Councillor Scandrett?
Yes.
Councillor Chu? Yes. Councillor Coker? No. Councillor Cotter? No. Councillor Chen?
No.
The Mayor?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
No.
Councillor Johansson? Councillor Goff?
Yes.
Vote is 10 votes for the motion, 4 against and 1 abstention.
I declare that carried, and so the resolution has been carried. So thank you very much, and thank you to staff for helping us through the challenge of that last bit. So thank you very much. Listen, it's 12:54, so rather than commence another item or return to the previous item, I don't think we'll deal with it in 6 minutes, but we might get there. But I won't take the risk. So we will adjourn for lunch and we will return here at 2 p.m. Thank you. as well. I mean, we've been working on the resolutions, so these standard resolutions adopting the tree policy, requesting staff to update the council public-facing website. I'm happy for 3 to remain the way it was, and in fact, it should just have the words 2 community boards added to the end of it, and then we've changed the wording for the remainder, and then the final 2 ones are as per the one in front of us. So essentially the adoption of the tree policy, the essence of it, and the others are they're not required as part of the adoption of the tree policy, but they're all issues that were considered by the hearings panel, and we've looked at a way to make them a meaningful program of work so that staff can actually implement them. So and report back as required. So I don't know whether you want to, perhaps if you could circulate the final draft of that so councillors can put it up on their laptops if they wish to. And I'll open it up now to questions for staff, unless staff would like to comment at all. No, we've had the report from Yanni, so I'll open it up to questions from councillors. Sam.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one, and I just thought it's useful if we can do this in public, particularly because it does affect our areas quite significantly. So 4.3, where it talks about tree removal will be considered where the tree is causing or likely to cause significant damage to buildings. Could you and the rest services property and that, can you just talk me through, if, because we get it raised, I've had 4 in the last sort of 7 days, if there's a tree on a berm that's either wrecking the footpath or creating uncertainty, this allows for that to be, I guess I'm trying to understand, what does the word considered mean in terms of the likelihood of that tree getting removed? So can someone just explain to me how that will work?
Yeah, so it depends on the extent of the damage, what engineering solutions are available, and whether the footpath or the property can be fixed without removing the tree. So there'll be a balancing act of what's the importance of the tree, the value of the tree versus the infrastructure around it, and how critical that infrastructure is to fix it.
Right, so and then just the only other one is around if you have that situation and the community board now have approval to, approval to remove the tree, how does that fit in with the rules within the district plan? So if we go down this process where a tree is causing significant issues, what would the likelihood be of that getting a consent if it's needed to remove it?
So there'll still be the district plan requirements. District plan.
So
do you deal with this?
Yeah, so if I can comment. So yes, the district plan requirements are such that it could be a permitted activity if the damage was significant enough. So that's the sort of consistent wording with the policies. We're talking about the significance of damage to infrastructure, including buildings. So when we're talking about considering, as Toby's pointing out, we've got to take into a number of factors, and then whether it meets the permitted activities of the plan, and whether it's a staff delegation. So it could be a decision that's made by staff. If it's over and above that, then it probably doesn't meet any of those tests, and so it would come to the board for a decision.
So just one final one, Leonard. So just so I can be really, really clear, the policy now gives us, and again it's more for people that have raised it locally than necessarily answer it for myself, the policy now gives us a really clear framework on if there are issues outside somebody's home to work through how we remove that tree and replace it with something else. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it'll be it's a pragmatic approach. We're not going to end up where we are now, where we have significant issues trying to move things along.
No, it's a pragmatic approach. It gives the community board really clear criteria of what to assess it on and how to come to an end decision.
Yep. It doesn't mean you're going to get a binary result out the bottom, yes, no, I suspect, because if the tree is clearly causing damage to infrastructure, and there's a bit of a value for money equation going on here, can we mitigate that versus the in terms of the impact on infrastructure or not? a lot of those decisions are made under staff delegations, so you are going to get the trickier ones to deal with, but there are clear criteria for you to evaluate now, which were missing up until this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? James?
Very briefly, it's just for my own clarity. So in the event that we've gone through actually just what Sam had just articulated, and the community board was of a mind to make the decision for that tree to be removed, actually, am I correct that that's a decision, or because it's outside of the policy, is that then a recommendation to council, just at that point?
Well, it's probably a legal question, actually. Is Liz around? No, she's gone.
It's a delegation one, I guess.
Typically, if community boards are making decisions that are not consistent with council policy,
yes,
it would be a part A.
Yep, so that's a recommendation then that then goes to council for them to make the decision.
Yeah. It's a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, okay.
Aaron?
Now, just as a follow-on from Sam and James, so if a community board decides to remove a tree, does that then trigger a resource consent, and if so, who pays?
And it would only be in some circumstances, because some trees aren't protected.
So only the ones with the orange tags it would require? Because I thought under the district plan, once over a number of metres, that's it, you're protected.
They are protected.
That's what I mean. They have to be a certain size, etc., etc.
Well, it's basically just in the power lines, and that's it. They're protected. They
well,
make it, they're free.
Yeah.
So then that would require resource consent, so now
would.
it costs thousands of dollars to remove a tree, so we're really not much further along.
Well, before they
Except we got to say, can we remove the tree?
it's gone through a whole lot of checks and balances before it gets to you generally, so we deal with the majority of them, and yes, when they come through to you, we would have looked at all the other engineering possibilities for retention of the tree, or whether that damage, if you're talking about damage to infrastructure, whether it is critical, and it would have gone through that assessment already before it came to the community board to make that decision. But yes, if the community board decides to make the decision,
the same as the question the other day, yeah, then the report, because the report will normally say this tree is healthy, it stays, unless they're really manky like the ones in Belfast. I don't even know the ones I mean, but the majority will pass the test and be recommended to stay. But if the community board's of a mind to still remove that tree,
there will be a resource consent requirement.
and what's the cost of that?
It depends on the processing fee.
And will that then, is the community board allowed to pay for that, or the council, or?
Don't know the answer to whether the community board are allowed to pay for it.
For the community board to make a well-informed decision, I think it'll be important for us to put those facts in front of the community board. What is the true cost?
Right, so the problems that have been raised for the last several years don't really get solved today, do they?
I don't know the problems that you've been dealing with the last several years, but it is a case-by-case basis, yes.
Right.
I think remembering too, there's not that many. I know you. Different boards get different types of inquiries. We're not talking hundreds of reports coming through to you. Yeah, it's exceptions.
Mm.
Can I just be really clear for members? We had a policy that wasn't a policy, that has not been in the council for, well, it depends which years you want to take, 18 or 25 years. We now have for you a clear policy which we can then assess against the requests, wherever they may come from, and they will either pass the tests or they won't. But there is also a clear line in which decisions can be made. They will go to the community boards, advice will be given by officers. Clearly that needs to be, and I think Councillor McDonough's word is right, pragmatic and fair, weighing up all factors. You will be given that information at community board level. You will then be able to see whether you agree with that advice, if the advice is to remove and you agree with that or not, and if the advice is to keep and you disagree, then there is a route to come to council, as I understand it. Yeah. So clear policy in which to be able to act.
I had Sarah, but you finish your questioning because that was an interruption, I guess.
It was an addition, but so it doesn't seem really any different to what we've had, because we're still going to go through the same you still need a resource consent if it's like, is it 6 metres, Tony?
For a street tree.
Yeah, for a street tree,
For
yeah.
street tree, 6 metres, to park trees, 10 metres.
Yeah, 6 and 10, yeah.
I think it's important to recognise that within the district plan rules, what's a permitted activity allows council to undertake work as an operational activity. So the policy tries to clarify what those permitted activities are by spelling out, under these circumstances we will remove trees, and those circumstances where we won't, which will then require resource consent and then potentially go to the board also to make a decision. I can't imagine many circumstances where they will then go on to council to further that, because the policy allows for those criteria to be considered by the board to make that decision. If that, because the whole purpose of the policy is to clarify that whole decision-making process. If it doesn't, then...
So when the tree's on our land damaging someone else's property, who's paying for the resource consent?
A resource consent may not be required if it meets the test of being permitted activity, yeah.
And if it
There has to
doesn't?
be significant damage, yeah, which would need to be assessed or considered. And that's a case-by-case scenario. But typically for roading infrastructure, footpaths, curb and channel is considered to be low-level infrastructure.
Right.
We can fix it through our maintenance. What we're talking about then is significant infrastructure which has a sort of health and safety purpose, or then damages to private property, which is then a matter we have to deal with the private resident over.
Right, so we're okay with the damage to our property?
Well, we have to understand that trees...
Yeah, I'm just finding where the line is, that's all.
Yeah. It's understanding the damage. And
Yeah.
It's low-level damage, there's degrees of significance.
We're getting into very specific and you know,
it's all subjective,
non-defined sort of matters, but I understand what you're trying to do. What the guys are trying to explain is that you have criteria now by which you can assess that you didn't have in the past.
Right. Yeah, because we have 4 and 5 inch tripping hazards in our wards that people complain about constantly, and I mean, do we need an ACC report? Like,
There's a definition of a tripping hazard.
how many inches is a tripping hazard?
It might be quite helpful because, I mean, obviously you're talking from the benefit of experiencing the representations to your board and not feeling that the lack of a policy was able to achieve anything. I mean, I've just wondered whether we could take the 2 particular examples that you've raised offline and see whether we can test them against the policy, because that might short track or fast track
We do
a
have some.
conversation.
Oh, sorry. We do have some specific things around repairs for footpath, around pruning routes to allow that if it is a threat to
Yeah,
public
it's quite clear in the new policy.
Yeah, so we've got some really clear statements around that. Also around when we would removal would be triggered to repair infrastructure around it, and that would depend on the infrastructure and the value of the tree. So we have addressed that within the policy as well.
But it might be that walking through the actual examples with the particular community board or the ward councillor would solve that problem.
You may recall at the briefing, Toby mentioned that he'll be going to the joint community board seminar and then available to work with community boards. So we'll take live examples through a scenario, so you can sort of see it in action. Yep.
But I think there's nothing like the 2 irritants for the councillor to actually see how the policy would apply.
Absolutely. Yep.
We'll take a chainsaw when we go to Aaron's community board.
Yeah. Sarah.
Thank you. Just to get an idea, I know we have people come around, you know, and prune trees on and off around the neighbourhood and things. How much does it cost council to remove a large tree in the street, like on the boom? So with contractors, traffic management, all of those kind of things. What are some of the types of costs that you've seen in relatively recent times to remove a tree?
The contracts presently are priced on a schedule of rates, so there is a fixed price.
Yeah. So depending on the tree
and on the size of tree.
Yeah.
The road.
But a mature tree.
Level of road, level 2, level 1.
So a mature tree on like a neighbourhood street.
Okay, typically about, and then if you include in total costs, stump grinding, etc.,
all of that,
replacement costs, traffic management thrown in, tends to about $1,500 to $2,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Including replacing a tree, or just reinstatement to the ground?
To including the stump and then replacements on top of that. If it's a standard tree, the $2,000 mark.
Okay.
The traffic management component.
Everyone's going, that sounds really cheap. So what sort of size tree is that?
That is an over 10 metre size tree.
Wow, that's really cheap. Council gets good rates. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we do.
Oh, touche.
And what about
Comparing it
replacement?
to the retail rate, which
What
I know from
replacement?
experience is considerably more than that.
It's almost as, because of the maintenance,
Yeah, yeah.
it's almost as much as removal, about the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, are there any more questions for staff? Now, are we able to, Yanni, are you able to see a way clear to moving this as a bulk set of resolutions, or does that not work for you?
What have you done to 8 in terms of the bottom one?
Sorry?
We've got an email.
I've added in enabling these issues to be considered as part of the tree policy implementation and development of the urban forest plan. So I've repeated the words from the one above so that it's quite clear that in looking at potential changes to the district plan, that we're reviewing that at the moment under the MPSUD requirements, but this will enable that information to be dealt with this year as part of the tree policy.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a clear time frame for when we can get briefed on that, not the actual plan change.
Yeah, I'm not going to put a date in. I just don't want to put a date in right now. But we can circulate a memo on the time frame.
Well, I'm not
afterwards.
happy with 8, apart from it. The rest are fine.
All right, well then,
I'll move. I can move it.
so
Are you happy with 8?
you're happy
No
to
time
move
for
it? And you're happy to second it? We'll just put in a request for the additional information for,
Look, I trust those staff.
Yeah.
I'm happy with
Sorry?
it. Move it.
sorry, sorry, you're moving it and you're seconding it. So I'll just open it up for debate. So Melanie, would you like to kick off the debate?
I wasn't really going to say too much. I mean, we had a good hearings experience, I thought, and we spent quite a lot of time working through this, and you can see all the wording changes. Yet me and Yanni between us had like 50 questions, and it took hours. So, and what we tried to do with all those requests or noting provisions was to try and address like all the things that people came to us to talk about. And the two I wanted to just mention in this debate was one was about trees and berms. People talked about that having, and there's been another one we've had an email about just now where there's trees and berms, they get taken out, people want them replaced, but then they can't be replaced because of underground services being too close. And so that was why we wanted to make sure that sort of watched for the future, because people want trees in their streets, especially when their street's called Tall Tree Ave, for instance. And then the other point was a lot of people came talking about natives versus exotics, and a lot of people want to see natives. And of course that's part of, you know, I tried multiple ways to get Toby to add in wording around having indigenous trees, looked at first, but we do now have the wording in 1.3 about including council's other plans and strategic objectives, so that will cover the urban forest plan when that's done, and I'm hoping that will be done quite quickly because people are very passionate about this, including my community board chairperson, as we know. Otherwise, I think it's good that we've got this policy, and I'm happy to support it in all these other provisions as well.
Sarah?
Thank you. Trees have an enormous value to a city, and they provide valuable services such as rain interception, they provide habitat, visual amenity, and they provide shade. And they provide shade not just for people, but also to the road surface and help with roading maintenance and all the expense of that over time. Individual trees, however, can cause a nuisance to individual residents, leaves on roofs, a root coming, causing uplift on the footpath, those kind of things. But these things can be fixed by regular maintenance. Trees have a value. They have their intrinsic value, but also an accumulated value to council and ratepayers in the purchase, planting and ongoing maintenance. And from the time on the tree policy working group a few years ago, many larger trees will have had up to $20,000 spent on them to get them to a large size. And there are costs of removal, as we've heard, although it sounds like council gets a much better rate than regular residents, which is great. Contractors, traffic management, and then to replant. Boards have struggled with this for years. They haven't had a proper framework to be able to assess things against, and this gives them that. And while I understand the individual frustrations about individual trees, if this policy made it easy to remove trees, I have no doubt that boards would be inundated and we would quickly drop our canopy cover from 11% to something even more disastrous.
Look, thanks, Sarah. Well said. I'd really, this is an auspicious day, actually, because it has been a long time coming. And I like the resolution. I like the way that we've managed to compromise and get these future works built in. And this is, well, it's a growing policy, let's say that. But particularly, I'd like to thank Yanni and Melanie for the incredible amount of work that you put in. I know it nearly drove you mad, but you have put in a huge amount of work for us on this. So I'd really like to express thanks for doing that. And appreciate that this is an auspicious day. Thanks to you guys. So I'll support it.
Yanni, do you?
So, thank you. I just want to start off with a quote, which is, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. That's from the Lorax, right? That was an overwhelming sentiment from the submitters. What we were told very clearly is that people value trees, but that we have a huge problem. We have a huge problem in the fact that a huge number of trees post-earthquake have been lost, and that we need to act with some urgency and some care. Here's just to quote one of the submissions. I've lived in the inner city for 12 years. I've seen a large number of established trees fell. The reason given are always the trees are unhealthy. The remaining stumps and branches show otherwise. I'm outraged at the recent felling of around 8 healthy trees from the red zone around River Road and Avonside Drive. Now there is no shade, birds have lost valuable nesting places. For a so-called garden city, I feel we're headed in the wrong direction. Since the earthquakes, we have had wanton destruction and removal of many prime trees by both council and developers. What's really clear is that post-earthquake in the planning environment that we had, instead of taking an opportunity to protect our trees, we weakened our tree protection. We now have one of the lowest levels of tree canopy cover compared to other major cities in New Zealand. We do need to act urgently, not just on public realm, but on private realm as well. And that's why I'm disappointed in number 8 to have no clear date or time frame to act with urgency to care about the protection of trees within our city. You can see the developments happening in the suburbs, and especially in the medium residential areas, where whole sites are just being absolutely cleared of mature trees. And what we heard through the tree policy is that it will take decades and decades for the carbon that's been lost to be replenished by what's proposed to be replanted, if it ever does at all. So we are making some subtle changes to our tree policy to require, when we do things on public land, to provide a greater carbon compensation, and I think that's to be welcomed. So the idea of 2 for 1 isn't actually just 2 for 1, it is actually about the time taken to get the loss of the environmental impact restored.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to just finalise with 3 points. One is, what's really clear is we need good data, and there's a resolution to do it. We need a better model of valuation that acknowledges the environmental benefits of trees, and we do need to look at our private, our district planning around trees on private property. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those, and if you'd like yours, number 8, recorded differently. Okay. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. How do you want me to record item 8 then?
Can you just do a motion provision?
Just a note, yeah. Support, yeah. Can we just note that, yeah. Thank you, thanks very much. And thank you to staff too, that's, it's been a journey.
My first week in council, went to the community boards and they said to me, can you sort out the tree policy? So I shall now write to all the chairs and say, I've sorted it.
Right, okay.
Now. We must be on 21. Yeah?
Okay, now this just comes through. Okay. All right, now we move on to item 21, which is the representation review initial proposal. And if I could have staff at the end of the table. Thanks, John. And I have the foreshadowed motion from James Goff, and I have an amendment from Mike Davidson. So I feel that just for the interests of getting all the issues on the table, we should just acknowledge what they are so that councillors can ask questions about any of them and can debate questions about any of them. So essentially Mike's amendment, and that has been seconded. That's been moved and seconded. So the amendment is, have you got the amendment there, Mike's amendment?
Speak up.
Sorry.
Say that again, Joe.
It's not moved or seconded until we're actually in debate.
Oh, okay. So we'll get, sorry, and I had the foreshadowed motion as well. So the amendment is to not approve the recommended initial proposal and request staff develop a new initial proposal that the city is divided into 6 wards as per the currently proposed community board areas, with the population of each ward electing 3 members apart from Banks Peninsula, who will elect 1 member. So essentially it's saying that the councillors would be elected at large as opposed to in the individual, within the community board areas, the mayor remains elected at large. So that's the amendment which we will vote on first, and then the well, actually, is it an amendment or is it a foreshadowed motion now, the way it's written? Oh, well, I'll take some advice on that. It may be another foreshadowed motion. And the other one is to... The original wording was an amendment. I don't know...
Put your mic on. Ian, just put your mic on.
Eh?
This was an attachment to the report, and the second, if this is an amendment, you probably need to say the new attachment 1.
Approves the new attachment.
Right.
It can't say does not approve the recommendation.
But it depends if it was going to be a foreshadowed amendment. You're amending the existing resolution.
Yeah. Can somebody play around with the wording? Essentially, it was the way I had it explained to me originally as an amendment was an amendment, and I indicated that it would be accepted as an amendment on advice. The second one is the foreshadowed motion, which is the agreement in principle to to set the number of elected members as 1 mayor, 8 councillors and 20 community board members, requesting staff to make necessary arrangements to consult on attachment 1, noting that indicative boundaries have been identified by the dark green lines on attachment 1. The mayor remains elected at large. The proposal consists of 4 wards. Each of the 4 wards is established as a community board. 2 councillors and 5 community board members will be elected by the electors of each ward. The 2 councillors elected per ward are appointed as members of the respective community board. There will be no central ward. There is no specific Banks Peninsula. Can we spell that correctly? That would be really nice. Or identification as an isolated community, and each ward is within a 10% plus or minus population variance. And that's been established for the draft that's been attached, has it? That they're... Eh? No, this is a foreshadowed motion, so...
So Mike's will be converted to an amendment which will be put first. A foreshadowed motion is put after the substantive motion.
Only if it's lost.
If it fails, right.
Only if it's lost, yeah. So, but they're essentially the two...
alternatives.
The two other elements that we're being asked to consider today, but the primary approach is to consider the amendment, the Davidson amendment, we'll call it, followed by the substantive resolution, whatever that is, whether that's accepted or not, and then if the substantive motion is lost, then the foreshadowed motion comes to the fore. All right, so I'll open it up for a presentation. Perhaps if staff could just run through the legal process. Sometimes it's actually quite useful to remind people that we're in a process, and if you could describe where we are and the legal, the steps that we're taking in order to comply with our obligations under the Local Electoral Act. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Leanne. We are here asking Council to resolve to accept an initial proposal. Should Council accept this, the proposal will be consulted on for 8 weeks. Full community consultation at a citywide level and a board level. After that, there will be a submissions hearings process. All of Council will be on the hearings panel. 2 days have been convened for this because we do anticipate a lot of community feedback. Following this, a final proposal will be drawn up and presented to Council for adoption. There is a right for the community to appeal against anything in the final proposal. It is likely that the final proposal will cover the fact that Banks Peninsula is a separate ward with considerably less population, 62% less than the average, so the proposal will have to be considered by the Local Government Commission, who will come up with a final determination. So we are at the very beginning of the process, seeking approval for an initial proposal, and there is a substantial journey ahead of us.
Okay.
If I could just cover how we got to this point. We had an initial conversation with Council around about July last year. We engaged Council over 2 related but not intimately connected matters. Firstly, the electoral system, and secondly, the question of whether to create a Māori ward. That happened over August and September last year. Kicking off on the 3rd of November, we undertook a total of 15 workshops with councillors and community boards. Councillors were invited to all of the community board workshops. Those workshops iteratively worked up the initial proposal that is being presented to you. At each stage of the process, different elements of that proposal were discussed and we got sign-off to proceed. We were asked to deliver, and did deliver, on the 23rd of February, a final wrap-up workshop for councillors, summarising and presenting all of the elements of the initial proposal and seeking a level of comfort to develop the proposal, draft the council report and take it to this meeting on the 11th of March. And this is where we are.
Good. Well, look, just to get things on the table, I'm going to move pro forma the initial proposal as per the recommendations in front of us in the paper, and Andrew's going to second that. So we'll now open it up for questions, and as I said, we can ask questions about the foreshadowed motion as well as the amendment as well. So James, Aaron, Jake.
My question is just one around statutory timeframes. I'm just a bit unclear, so can you help me? Is there a statutory deadline around when the public notice is, and also is there any statutory deadline, or basically when does the final proposal have to be done? So is there time to make changes if there was a will to do so?
The public notice has to be given 14 days after the council decision, and the statutory time frame, I think, is the 9th of September that the council must have to have given its public notice. I might be wrong there, it might be the 8th of September.
Okay. So that's actually a long time, though.
It is a long time. The Local Government
But it will
Commission
go
certainly
fast.
encouraged councils to...
I had thought that I'd actually seen that date earlier and it was stuck in my mind, but I wasn't sure if that was correct, so thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Aaron?
So, depending on how the vote goes today, John, is it possible, rather than going out to consult on one option, which is just, do you want to just keep it the way it is, and this is what we're working with, can we go out with the two options, because one's quite radically different, and if not, why not?
No, the statute provides for the council to resolve an initial option. It has to be an option, it's one. So we cannot go out with two options. This came up as a question through the Office of the CEO and at a couple of briefings, and we've been reasonably consistent with that advice.
So then some members of the public that might be slightly more cynical would say, why bother going out?
They'd probably have to talk with the government on the legislation. We're following the statutory process. We do not have any leeway in this.
Those same cynical people probably have a long list of questions for the government.
Probably do, yes. Yes, Councillor Keown, yeah.
But it comes back to the council after the... Well, it comes back as we meet as a hearings panel,
yes,
and form a recommendation from there. And the last time we did this, we made quite a substantial change,
yes, we did.
which, as I recall, involved the Akaroa Banks Peninsula debate as a significant focus. Jake.
Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work you've put in over many months. From your early pre-engagement that you did, in the survey that you had 900 and something responses to, what was the preference split for single-member wards versus multi-member wards?
We'll just look in the...
I can't remember the exact numbers, John, but it was a strong preference for single member. There was only about 3%
we're looking up the details. There was a strong preference for single-member wards.
Thank you. I'll just follow on from that then. So I was approached by several people who had participated in the survey and were concerned that we would be looking to increase the number of councillors, and their impression was the wording multi-member wards was designed to put more members in each ward that already existed. Can you see how the confusion could come about in that wording? In the survey?
We've only received that feedback from one party, and that's through yourself, Councillor Templeton.
But we don't know what
surveys
people
can
don't
always
know.
be a bit ambiguous, but we would certainly take that on board as feedback. It certainly wasn't feedback that was communicated by anyone else.
Because you wouldn't know if you didn't know.
No.
Is the whole point, but it was ambiguous.
Yep.
Thanks.
I've got Andrew and Jimmy and Mike.
Referring to paragraph 3 in the report, the council must provide for effective representation of communities of interest. There is a possibility today that the foreshadowed motion might be the thing that carries that we end up asking you to prepare a report to bring back for approval. Would you expect to be able to provide advice that the content of the foreshadowed motion provides for effective representation of communities of interest, given that one of the proposed wards goes all the way from the Akaroa Heads to Cathedral Square?
Councillor Turner, our advice would be that council reject the initial proposal and us go away and do this work. So it's very difficult to contemplate providing accurate advice on that.
I mean, people are going to ask questions that are really just surrounding the issue. So we'll steer clear of that and focus our attention. We'll save that for debate, as would be said in a parliamentary environment. So I've got Anne.
About Mike's amendment, is it now? Yes. Just wondering if so what he's suggesting here is that the community board areas now become wards. Is that I'm correct? And so there is a potential. Is there a potential for within this system that there could be 3 elected members from, well, in our situation, Hornby, that represent Hallswell, Riccarton, and Hornby. So 3 of the elected members could come from the same suburb. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to clarify. So what you're saying is that if we rejected the recommendation that we've moved and moved to the foreshadowed motion, that you would be in a position to report back to investigate that and report back to council with an initial proposal that was capable of going out for consultation.
So are we talking about the Councillor Davidson's amendment, or are we talking about the foreshadowed motion?
No, the foreshadowed motion. In both instances, both of them would require you to go back and do work and report back. I can see that the foreshadowed motion is considerably more work, but you are capable of delivering that if required.
Delivering advice.
Delivering advice to us.
Doesn't agree. It's just.
Yep. We would have to go away and we would have to consider whether we had sufficient information to develop a proposal. If we didn't, we would have to have more workshops, possibly more pre-engagement to get that information. So it may take longer.
It certainly will take longer, but you are capable of putting that advice together for us, even though that one will take longer, but within the statutory timeframes.
Yes.
Yes, good. I just wanted to clarify that. Jimmy.
First one, regarding on page 188, those criteria plus minus 10%. I'm not sure. For instance, like Riccarton, at the moment is a 10% plus already, but this one will be, still in process until even, we approve, next year, now next consultation or next year take effect in October, but still go on for the at least possibly 6 years. We'll review again.
Yeah.
Possibly, just example, Riccarton new subdivision, this kind of already plus the over the 10%, even 15% is still possible. How to mitigate those effects?
Yeah, Councillor Chen, firstly, we've done our best in our modelling to understand the growth areas of the city, the areas that are likely to increase. Secondly, we have at local representatives' request added an area to Riccarton, so it is full. No, it's not. We're not capable of looking through a crystal ball. But we're reasonably comfortable with where we are, bearing in mind that this will go out for public consultation. If you'd just like to pause 1 second, I'll see if there's any more detail that might be relevant to that answer. the projections that we've provided are at June 2020, so they are the newest and the most current information available.
Okay, thank you. Second question, I'd like to follow Jack, the question you replied to Jack earlier. I just want to know, you engage with those, before you mentioned 1,600 community or key residents, but regarding the enlarge, councillor, enlarge the area, or it's a single council, single ward, have one councillor, what's their the view? Your informal consultation.
Just saying that is the same answer or similar answer we answered before. There was a very small number that suggested larger wards. So you estimated where?
It was 3% in the survey. So 48% said that they wanted the status quo. 8% said at large across the whole city. 41% said by a mix of both wards and at large, and then 3% said multi-member wards.
So majority is a single ward council. Okay, thank you.
3%.
I've got, did I miss you, Anne? No. No, okay, you're back in the round. Okay, Mike, Sarah and Anne.
Sorry, my question relates to that, and it's just to correct something you just said, John. The majority of people did not actually, or respondents did not actually support status quo of a single councillor ward.
So we're just confirming that.
Yeah. And also it is very unclear about the multi-member wards, and that question was actually added in a bit later as well.
It was. So the 3 that were in there are the 3 that are in the legislation around how we can elect members. So we kept it very clear that those are the 3 options. We didn't have it in there because it wasn't something that.
No, that's right. And in hindsight, we could have made that clearer that it was.
If we had it there initially.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you. Just popping back to something that Anne checked on before. Under the current system with single council wards, are councillors, do they have to be from the ward that they're currently elected to? And do we have councillors around the table who were elected from outside? That's a matter of public record because you have to state it on your thing.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do. We have councillors.
That's not
currently.
You can look it up yourself.
Is there provision for rhetorical questions? I mean, this is getting a wee bit ridiculous.
No.
Well, that was
the
one
first
just
question
there.
was utterly in order. I was intervening at the time, and I don't need assistance. Thank you.
So the guidance that the Local Government Commission gives for the representation review for this year, for 2021, which I just came across the other day, and we hadn't kind of gone through as a council. One of the things it looks at for when we're looking at boundaries for wards, subdivisions, those kind of things, is that supports communities of interest, all of those kind of things, which we've had a lot of amazing information on. It's been really, really good. Seeing those heat maps has been incredibly useful, really, really good.
Context.
But actually the other thing that it addresses is the encouragement of participation, such as voting or standing as a candidate. And I'm just wondering in what way the potential for these things to be used to encourage participation, such as standing as a candidate, has been taken into account or been raised with us during the process.
No, on the 3rd of November, the project team spoke with council and outlined a proposal for how this process would run. We got the feedback on how it would run, and we decided the feedback we got was not to do a super comprehensive process going back to basics. We agreed with what we were going to do, and we followed. Spending a lot of time considering the matters that you've raised, Councillor Templeton, wasn't raised, and we haven't spent a lot of time investigating that or reporting back.
Yeah, it's just that while we gave our feedback on what the proposed process was, we didn't have an understanding as a council of what the guidelines were asking for us to do from the Local Government Commission. I've just come across that. I'm just saying, so we haven't been able to take into account during this process encouraging participation, such as voting or standing as a candidate, because that's not what we chose to do as a process.
But you raise a point. The only thing I could say that at all times we've asked for any questions or any suggestions, items of interest to be sent through to the Office of the Chief Executive. Again, that hasn't been sent through as a concern or a factor to this day.
I think that it's a set of guidelines.
Point accepted.
Yeah. The council has just said that she wasn't aware of them at the time. She's become aware of them and she's perfectly entitled to raise them by way of a question, and your answer is that that element hasn't been taken into account because
That's
it
right.
will be relevant to one of the issues that we will debate today. Now I've got Anne and then Jake.
Thank you. So just clarifying that, did you say, Amy, since the 3rd of November we've had 15 workshops
Yes.
for councillors?
No, there have been 5 workshops that have been exclusively for councillors. There have been 10 workshops for community board members. The including councillors, except for one on the 12th of February that was limited to community board chairs and deputy chairs.
So that was the opportunity for councillors to ask questions, to clarify things about the information that was given. That's what the point of the workshop was.
Councillors and community board members in different forums and different settings, some centrally, some citywide, some in here and some locally, just with the community board themselves.
So it would be, so what we're being presented with today in terms of your recommendations is a result of those workshops and the feedback that you got from councillors?
Yes, there's, as I said in the last summing up workshop on the 23rd, there's probably one element of feedback, the Pier Street Triangle we call it, that we really weren't able at this stage to accommodate, and council's direction was let's have a look at that with all the other potential changes through the hearings process.
Thank you.
A couple more that I've just thought of. Is it possible that if you were to go away and work on either the amendment or the foreshadowed motion, that when you come back that the advice might very well say this is undesirable, we don't think this would fly with the local government commission? You know, perhaps, for example, grouping too many different communities into one big ward?
I understand the amendment, and the foreshadowed motion requires us to come back with a initial proposal, and that's what we do.
And a rationale.
And a rationale behind it.
Yeah.
Right. And my other question is, in terms of the survey you sent out and the results you got back, was there any hint of pro forma or like for like type answers in that?
Nope. So that sample was randomly selected off our research panel, and it was done geographically. So it was representative for each ward. It was very randomly selected, and there was no option for people to forward it on and have other people complete it. So it was managed pretty tightly.
Perfectly. Perfect. Thank you.
Sam?
Yeah, just a quick one on, so 2E, the resolution which says use of gifted te reo Māori names for community boards recognises the gifts, the relationships and formalises the use of the names. Just so I'm really clear, that'll still be, like for our one, Waimero, or depending on how the resolutions go to that, Waimero, Fendleton, Wainari, Herwood?
Yes.
Yeah, so that it wouldn't just be Waimero, would it?
No.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yanni?
So just to be clear, when was the initial proposal's final boundaries presented to council for the first time?
Today.
So the last review that we had, the workshop.
The final workshop was the 23rd of February. I would just need to check with my project team whether any of the boundaries presented at that workshop were different from any previous. Allow me to do that.
So at the final workshop...
Excuse me, do you mind if I just... I also won't be able to answer your previous...
Yeah, cool.
So the... So the boundaries in the report today were presented at the last 2 workshops. The final workshop was a summing up.
Right, that's as I understood it. So why is the Linwood one changed? Why have you changed the boundary to Allwynds Road when that was never raised with me? Right, because the feedback we'd given previously and the one on the 9th of February showed really clearly the changes, and now on this one you've got a completely different boundary.
Allow us to double check that, and we'll come back to you.
Right. And then the other thing is, there's a number of the Woolston, in the columns, you've got Woolston referred to 3 times in 3 different wards for the same area. So you've got Woolston South, Woolston East, Woolston West.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just a typing error or something, but...
No, they possibly they're different communities of interest. Sorry, Amy, could you?
So the way the statistical areas work, they don't necessarily align with what we would expect to see for our communities, and because Christchurch doesn't have many official suburb boundaries, it's really difficult to define those areas. So every single spatial data set that you come across is going to have it in a different place with a different name. So those might not match up exactly with what you would expect to see, but they are what we have to have in there. And they're the Stats NZ SA2 boundaries.
Okay, so here was the presentation we got on the 24th of February. So that's, as I understood it, the yellow...
I think John's said that he's just going to get some additional advice on that.
Ashley's just gone upstairs to double check the maps.
No, just here.
So could we move
on? Up
and-
some steps, you mean?
Could we possibly? No, he's somebody that's gone upstairs.
Yeah.
So could we move on and come back to that answer?
Okay, all right, good, thank you. Were there any other questions? It appears to be the end of questions. So, I mean, I'm sure that we can. I mean, I'm a little bit unclear as to what that means in terms of proceeding to the debate.
So would the answer to that question, Councillor Johansson, change your vote?
You've changed like a massive part of the Linwood ward, that everything up until now has given the impression that it was completely different.
We haven't made any changes between.
You've put the boundary down Baldwin's Road, when it was in the diagrams, it looked like it was going Churham and Harrow. So you've taken Phillipstown and Charleston out of Linwood. No, it hasn't.
The officers sure that the change hasn't been made since the last workshop.
Yeah.
So
There was a whole bunch of changes made between.
It would be pretty
workshop.
I was told that feedback had
It
been
would be pretty
incorporated in
substantial to take
and asked.
Phillipstown out of the Linwood ward.
And Charleston as well.
And Charleston.
That has not been made since the last workshop on the 23rd, but it was made prior to
I
that.
raised the feedback because initially you took Phillipstown and put it into Central, and feedback was given that that should stay the same.
And then we had to ensure that the Preston's ward, Preston's area was kept within a single ward, so that change had to be made to accommodate keeping Preston's within Burwood in a single ward. So
Why? Linwood's only 2%.
but that was made before the 23rd.
Yeah.
It's
What
not clear from
we're
the map at all.
unequivocally saying is the ward maps presented at the summary that was asked for on the 23rd are the maps in the initial proposal. We're just getting the absolute iterations of the map so we can prove that.
No, I get that. So what I thought was that the boundary with the black line was the ward, right? So the black line's the ward, and this was the feedback that you'd had, and you'd changed it.
Look,
not the other way around.
I'm not going to have any more of this. So, Anne, you've got a question?
Clarify that
That's a
through the
significant
submission
change.
process, isn't that the sort of feedback that we
Exactly.
would get?
So-
And that's why we have the submission process. So then we have the hearings, and then if there's enough support for that,
And
then that's what happens.
I mean, this is. Excuse me, Yanni. It is clear that this particular change was misinterpreted by Councillor Johansson, and as a result, this has been a surprise to him. But he's had these papers for as long as everyone else has had them, and this is the first that I was aware that this was a concern. So it does make it very difficult when people don't notify in advance that issues of substance are being raised. At the end of the day, this is an issue that can be dealt with in the hearings process, and I'm sure that both that the community board and members of the Phillipstown community and Charleston community will be very alert to this and will be very clear about where they believe their communities of interest lie. So I'm not going to predetermine it here. It's a matter that went through a particular process, but we are at the beginning of the legal process now, and that means that we are not putting out a proposal that is going to be the final proposal. We are putting out an initial proposal. We will be calling for submissions. As I said before, the last time we went out to with an initial proposal in 2015, when we went out with an initial proposal in that year, the final proposal was very different from the one that went out. So, and that's actually a good thing to know that substantial changes can be made, so Yanni's concerns can be addressed. His communities may not feel the same way, and we have to allow the process to proceed. So that's the end of the questions.
Maybe questions from two members that have come in.
We've got, well, I don't know. I'll just catch you up. So essentially, we've got an amendment on the table, which will allow for a debate around electing at large across the wider community board area, and that's Councillor Davidson, and then we've got a foreshadowed motion. If the substantive motion fails, then there is a foreshadowed motion for the reduction and the four-way. Yeah, and the advice that we've had is that the only difference is that that amendment would take a lot longer to come back to council for signing off, but we have got till the 9th of September or whatever the date is in order to put up the initial proposal. But we don't really want to push it out that far because this will excite a large number of submissions. Positive about that now, which is a good thing, and as a result, we need time to make a final decision, and then to allow for the objections process to take it through to the Local Government Commission if necessary.
Okay. Well,
Yep.
Thanks for that update. That was going to be my question. Where are we at?
Yep.
And apologies for our absence, but we've been in our current wards and got really good news for you later.
Excellent. I was hoping you'd come back with good news. Good. So we've got a motion on the table, and would you like to move your amendment? And so we'll formally move the amendment. And who's seconding that amendment? Sarah Templeton. And we have a foreshadowed motion, and we can have the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Goff seconded Sam McDonald. Right, good. Okay, let the debate begin.
And just to be clear, we're just having one debate, and we can talk on the amendment, foreshadowed motion, substantive, what you like. Cool, easy.
So, well, I'll kick off the debate since I've moved it pro forma. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge staff having gone through what is a very significant process to get to this point. And as I said before, this is the start of the process, which is where we go out and engage with the wider community. Whatever decision we make today, we're at the beginning of that process, which is to formulate an initial proposal. We're under relatively strict requirements of the legislation in terms of effective and fair representation, and fair representation is determined by a plus or minus percentage of 10% around the average size of the areas that are being represented. The exception to this in the past has been, and the proposal is that we maintain that in the Akaroa, Banks Peninsula ward being a separate ward. But all of the debate around the foreshadowed motion has actually guaranteed that this in itself will be a major source of submissions into the process as they return for the third time to battle for the retention of what was their old district boundaries. There was an agreement reached so that Christchurch City would basically subsume the Banks Peninsula District Council. It was something that was voted for by the Banks Peninsula residents, but voted against by the Christchurch City residents. So Christchurch didn't want to have Banks Peninsula. They called it a shotgun wedding, but essentially it was the two were merged, and undertakings were made at that time about the representation that would continue to exist. We did have to fight for the representation last time in front of the Local Government Commission as well, but as I said, the recommendation changed. All of the recommendations that we put out in the initial proposal are subject and open for discussion and genuine feedback. We made substantial changes the last time this happened. So I welcome the debate. I think it's really important, and I look forward to hearing how people want to approach this in hopefully a way that enables people to feel that they have something to contribute, something to say, and that they will be listened to. Anne.
Thank you. So I will be supporting the officer's recommendations. I think this is about fair and effective representation for individuals and communities, and these recommendations, I believe, will best ensure this fair and equitable representation. The changes in the ward boundaries reflect how communities affiliate and with neighbouring wards and form larger communities of interest. And I look forward to the involvement of our communities in this discussion through their submissions and being involved in the hearings panel and the discussions that come from that.
Aaron.
I'll raise a couple of points, but I'll start by, before I do, saying that I'm actually going to listen to the debate here from my fellow councillors before I actually make up my mind. And I say that because for many elections now, the voter turnout in Christchurch hasn't been that great. Is the system we've got doing that well? Is it engaging enough people? So essentially we're a elected minority running the city, not the majority. More than 50% of people didn't vote. So we hardly even have a mandate, but we're here. It would be interesting to look at the system that James is proposing. I personally wish we were going up with two proposals so the public had two different cats to look at and go, you know what, I want to put my money on that one or on that one, but that's not the system we work in. That's a conversation with the government, with all the other conversations with the government, which brings me to my other point in the term that you sometimes hear when you suggest radical change is the drain the swamp. A great president once said that. Not the one that's springing to mind for everyone. It was Ronald Reagan, 1983, was the first politician to use the term. And it refers to Washington, D.C. because it's built on a swamp and you drain it to get rid of all the mosquitoes. And Christchurch is built on a swamp as well. And so when people say drain the swamp in Christchurch, it's an interesting term to use because geographically we're very similar. I wish we were proposing both, and today I will listen to the debate of everyone and see where that gets us. Christchurch doesn't have oysters though, so that's a geographical difference.
Sarah.
Kia ora. We have work to do on representation, diversity and inclusion. In Ototahi Christchurch, in the lead up to March 15th anniversary, we should be looking at taking clear steps to enable the wide range of people in our city to take up the opportunity to help shape the city. In 2015, there was a strong desire to address this, and in 2016, for all the right reasons, we moved to single councillor wards. However, the impacts were not as expected. We have had fewer candidates standing and fewer women elected. We don't hold statistics for other measures of diversity, but we should. In 2016, we had 4 councillors elected unopposed in New Zealand's second largest city, and in 2019, only 7 of 46 candidates for council were women. We need to do better. Single councillor wards favour the incumbent, so I can see why my colleagues might be wary of change and more competition. But I, for one, would rather have more people were willing to stand and felt like they had a shot. Having more candidates also encourages more people to vote. They have more choice, and they see that they have more influence on how council is made up. Single councillor wards have also led to patch protection and a loss of wider perspective on the city. They have clearly not met the Local Government Commission guidance that our electoral system should encourage participation, such as voting or standing as a candidate. One thing that we could do to address the diversity, inclusion and participation in patch protection would be to go back to having councillors elected at large across community board areas, though with community board members still elected in smaller wards for the grassroots local connections, keeping what worked from the last change but changing the one thing that didn't. Voters would have the freedom to choose and hold to account 3 councillors, not just the one that they do now, and they would be more likely to have at least one councillor that shares their values and priorities, and that 3 councillors could work together across the board area. It would also encourage more people to stand. With 3 seats up for grabs, there is less of a barrier, and the statistics bear this out. In the 4 elections prior to the 2016, we had an average of 3.9 candidates per seat and 48% women councillors around the table. And since the 2016 change, we have had an average of 2.6 candidates per seat and only 20% of female councillors. Single councillor wards are anti-democratic, and we're not proposing to even try and help. The Local Government Commission is clear that multi-member wards provide greater choice for voters, and following the election provide greater choice for residents on who to approach on local issues, and allow sharing and specialising in responsibilities between councillors. I'd encourage my colleagues to vote in favour of Councillor Davidson's amendment, and I'd encourage people to submit if they want more choice and better engaged and more available representation. Kia ora.
Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. When we began this process, I think we were all totally aware of the amount of stuff that's going on in our city and in the country generally, notwithstanding an LTP year as well, on top of our COVID stuff as well. So we decided, and I think we all agreed, that just a tweak at this point would be the best option. But within that, we decided to equalise the community boards so that they were all 3 ward boards. And we had to do that to equalise pay parity. And so as a result of that, it's become a little bit bigger than we first anticipated. I won't be supporting the amendment. I'll be supporting the original staff recommendation that we have today after 15 workshops where we thought we were all working well together and achieving a unified stance to put out. This is all surprising to me at the last minute. I'm very wary of having members elected at large, because I know I've experienced when I was in a double ward when at one stage I was the only one out of 7 representing my area and the rest were all from the other ward. And those were incumbents who were favoured and repeatedly elected. So I don't support being elected at large at all. I think it's a very dangerous situation, and it does end up with some people not having any representation at all in their local area. So I'd be very, very careful of that one. So I'm not going to say much more today, except I urge you to be careful of the amendment and support the staff recommendation that we have worked so hard together on, to go out for consultation and let's hear back from the people.
Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. Look, I don't need to speak for too long on this, other than to say that it'd be no surprise I'm obviously supporting James Goff's foreshadowed proposal, and I think you do it for a couple of reasons. You know, firstly, it sends a real signal to the city that actually we're prepared to make change as well. In the end, if we can be far more effective and far more efficient, I think that can only be a good thing for the city. Certainly the thing that stood out to me, as everyone would probably expect, is the cost savings that come with it as well. You know, $3 million a year conservatively, without even looking at those additional flow-on costs. And if you look through it, you know, reducing 8 councillors saves us $920,000 a year. Reducing 17 community board members is another $340,000 a year. And losing 3 community boards would save us another 1.7. And I can see people shaking their heads and go, "Oh no, they'll put the remuneration up." Well, go and have a look at Auckland. You know, if you have a look at that, the per capita up there, they represent 70,000 each. So it's certainly not anything like that. I think the key thing, though, is that if you have effective councillors for different areas, you actually empower your local community boards as well. So I'm really surprised that people aren't keen to see some drastic change. I think it would send a real signal to the city, allow the staff here to actually get on and do their job and not sit in meetings with us all day, over thousands and thousands of questions. And I think, finally, the challenge really would be that in the end, if I think we should really look for more competition. It wouldn't hurt some of us to go back out into the real world, and so I'd certainly hope that you would, be pleased to progress the foreshadowed motion.
Anyone else? Andrew?
Thank you. Unsurprisingly, I favour the initial programme in the report. It keeps democracy as close to the community as possible. It increases the opportunity for people to elect someone that they might actually know and that might actually genuinely know their community. And it holds the elected member clearly accountable to the local people that elected them. Our city's got many communities of interest. The diversity of the communities of interest requires a diversity of representation that reflects those different communities. And in my view, the only way that we achieve that is by electing community board members and councillors by ward, each ward having its own particular needs and issues. And I would suggest we do that rather than any concept of electing at large, whether that's over the whole city, whether it's over a quarter of the city, or whether it's by a large over an area 3 times the size of the current wards. The size of the ward influences the kind of people who stand for election. Running for election in a larger ward inevitably requires greater resources, more time, more money. That in itself limits the number of people that are able to do so, limits the ability of genuine grassroots community people to stand for election, limits the opportunity for real community knowledge, real community connection, and also limits that diversity in representation that we're talking about. Any at-large model by design advantages those with greater name recognition and greater resources and disadvantages everybody else. So the GOF proposal would halve the number of councillors, and it deliberately advantages the well-resourced and the well-known for the reasons that I've just described. It therefore then concentrates power into a smaller and likely less diverse group of people, and interestingly, and this is particularly notable, concentrates and distributes the existing remuneration pool of about $1.7 million across that smaller group of councillors, so has the effect of doubling the remuneration of that smaller number of people to over $200,000 per annum. Half the councillors, half the remuneration, twice the pay. I don't see the saving in that. And I can't see how that could be better for Christchurch, how it could be better for representation, or could be better for anybody other than those well-resourced and well-known people who would benefit from this particular model. It seems it started with a claim of a bloated council, but on closer inspection it seems that the only bloating here would be the salaries and the pockets of this smaller resulting number of councillors. I also don't know how the claimed $3 million saving in the proposal has been arrived at. If it's arrived at by removing a number of community boards or losing a number of community boards, as has been said, I don't think that really is in the spirit of effective representation, and it worries me that that might be a wider end of the narrow end of a wider wedge that might see community boards gone altogether at some point.
Thank you. James?
Thanks. I'll just really speak to the foreshadowed motion. It's quite simple, and that's what I think is the attractive idea around it. City split into 4 quadrants or wards with Cathedral Square as the centre point: northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. Pretty easy to understand. 2 councillors elected in each ward, 5 community board members in each ward. The broad geographic lines take into account of the 10% plus or minus population variance. Mayors elected at large, and the community boards are made up of 7 in total, with obviously 2 appointed councillors from those respective wards. I'd like to see this proposal truly empower the community boards, and I don't think that has happened actually ever since 1989, and that would be by allocating the LTP on local projects in the capital program, delegating it to the community board to prioritise within their own ward. And if they deem it a priority, they can bring things forward. But equally, they would then need to decide what goes back. And I think that that would be a real step forward in empowering community boards, and we could do that with a proposal such as this. So for me, all of this is about striking the balance between good representation but equally good governance. If you have many elected members, it's very good for representation, but it's not so good for efficiency or making good decisions. If you have very few elected members, it's great for efficiency, keeping things focused, and you get far better collective decision making, but it's not so great for representation. I feel that the balance, thank you, Pauline. I feel that this gets the balance right. It enables a council of 9 to bring the city-wide strategic elements together in the best interest of Christchurch as a whole, and each community board of 7 to effectively deal with the local issues at a local level and make meaningful decisions in their own right. Now, each community board member would represent around 13 or so thousand people in their ward. So by no means is that a number unreasonably manageable or out of sync with other metropolitan centres. I don't believe that it would be harder for good people to get elected. Admittedly, it makes it harder for people around this table to be elected because there's fewer seats, higher competition, but that's the point. It's the entire point of this, and I see this as a good thing. Good candidates will do just fine. Big election expenditure consistently doesn't translate into big votes, but performance generally does. And right off the bat, the structure saves around $3 million per year in salaries and admin costs alone. Where are they? Where do you find that? In our own budget, in the 2021 financial budget. So remember as well, this is operational. So $5 million equates to about 1% in rates. So it's not an insignificant figure. And as for the REM Authority and higher salaries, the REM Authority looks beyond just numbers. Look at history. We added more councillors at the last rep review, 13 to 16. Did salaries go down then? No, they went up, actually. And you're actually breaching the Act if you bring remuneration into this decision, as the Act clearly stipulates that you need to focus on the representation elements of it and not remuneration. So even going there is clearly in breach of the Act. And I'll touch on two final aspects of the proposal if I can.
That's all, sorry.
Is that all she wrote?
Yeah. That's all she wrote.
All right, well, I'll go for it. Next time. You can read about it.
However, I did find out that they switched off my timer at 3 minutes. Yeah, but the beginning of the debate it's 5. So I'm just going to take the other 2 minutes just to clarify a couple of things. Just the one thing I did want to clarify is the question of remuneration. So you might recall that the Remuneration Authority has reinstated the pools. So the pools disappeared, the remuneration pool, which says that X number of councillors, you divide the pool by the number of councillors. There's one exception here, and that is the Deputy Mayor is paid an additional part of the remuneration pool in order to cater for the fact that they are the person that stands in when the Mayor isn't available. So there is that's the requirements under the legislation. So the truth is that essentially, if you halve the number of councillors, they will get double the pay. So let's be honest about that and just put it out there.
Could we be honest about or legal advice whether or not we're actually allowed to bring remuneration? I'm calling a point of order myself, actually, Sarah. If you're allowed to bring remuneration into our decision making on the representation review.
No, you brought it in, and so we were clarifying.
I speak to the
well, I want some clarity then on it, because I don't believe it can form decision making.
We're getting some advice from but I'd like to speak to the point of order, which was I was simply clarifying what people were talking about would be the result of a decision. I wasn't talking about it being anything that should influence the decision. In fact, you're not allowed to be influenced by that measure.
But for someone that acts on advice, have you got advice that says it will double?
Sorry?
For someone that acts on advice, have you got...
We're not here to debate this. A point of order has been raised.
Is the point of order that you've been misrepresented or what you've said? No. Well,
James Goff has raised a point of order on my comments which relate to the effect of the remuneration pool. And I'm not saying that we should take the remuneration impact into account, but I thought that it was important that the remuneration impact were clarified.
And I want clarity on, if I may, on whether impact of remuneration is allowed to be factored by members as they make a decision on the representation review.
No, but I'm not suggesting that for a minute.
But
Can we it's not
neither
members,
neither is it ruled out.
Can we get back to the point?
Do you mind if we can actually get the advice and then you can take it from there?
Talking about remuneration isn't prevented, it's not barred within this debate. If you want to refer to remuneration as part of your discussion on numbers, number of councillors, number of representatives. If you want to refer to remuneration, I don't see anything that says you can't.
Could I just clarify? I'm not trying to contradict the legal advice, but the legal advice is correct. There's nothing to stop you discussing it, but it is not a factor that is in consideration for the rationale for the proposal. And so that's why you will not see it featured in the proposal that the team have put up. And so it's not one of the rationales you would make.
But I've seen the argument
but
about reducing the council being the main
what the point that I
rationale,
was
which is just not true.
making when I was speaking was simply this, that a reference was made to the reality that remuneration packages weren't altered by the Remuneration Authority when the number of councillors increased at the last remuneration review. There wasn't a pool operating in that year. There is a pool operating again now, and that means that the pool is divided equally with exceptions, and the exception is any higher rate that's paid to an individual member of the council, and in this case it is just the deputy mayor who is in that category. So I was just simply clarifying what the situation was. There's no such thing as a point of clarification.
Are we able to take into account, through you, Chair, we please clarify then that we're not allowed to take into account the potential savings when we're looking at representation?
No, you're not allowed to take remuneration into account. So I'm sorry. The benefits of remuneration go to the individual councillors. In that regard, we would be conflicted, all of us. So we aren't allowed to take it into account in our decision making. That was the advice that we've received. It's the advice that we've operated on. And I was simply responding to a comment that was made that could have been misinterpreted, and I felt that it really deserved to be clarified.
Thank you.
I should have just finished my debate on that.
Now, the last thing that I wanted to yes, please. The last thing that I wanted to say in my remaining minute is that I am going to support the amendment. And the reason I'm going to support the amendment is that I wanted very much for the issues that Pauline Cotter raised actually to be addressed. And I was a supporter of changing it to the individual wards. I've changed my mind because the implications for encouraging people to stand was not an intended consequence, it's an unintended consequence. And I think sometimes when unintended consequences occur, there is always an opportunity to review them. I'd rather that our initial proposal went out with the idea that we are changing from individual wards to across the community board area. I'd rather we went out with that and invite people to submit on that basis rather than the other way around. Thank you. Melanie. Today has been, I haven't really written anything down because I'm surprised by today. We have gone through all these workshops, we've gone through community boards, and we have got to this place where we're at, to something that's similar to what we have today. And we're, there's a few tweaks on boundaries, it does break up the Linwood Central Healthcare Board, and now we're talking about completely different things that I had no expectation of a week ago, let alone maybe even the beginning of this week. And now we're talking about something completely different, and the community boards have had no input. And if we put through either the amendment or the foreshadowed motion, there's been no community board input into it, and we're just expecting them to come back during the submission process. And I just can not understand that one bit. And back to what I was going to talk about to start with, is that it is important that we have small wards, in my opinion, because it means that each councillor is responsible for their area, they should be accessible, and people should be able to go to them and they should know about their local issues. And if we don't do a good job, well, we get not elected the next time. And that's how it is. If you've got, it's very, like everyone said before, if you have an elected at large in the Sprague and Cashmere kind of area, you get two people from Cashmere. It's what we used to have. And the whole, areas are just left unrepresented is particularly the lower socioeconomic areas, and it's really important that we represent those and that we are a diverse group of people. You can't get that when you're voting for at large in community board areas. It just is not possible. And if you're a new candidate, if you wanted to run individually, you could not do that on a community board wide basis, because it's just prohibitive to anybody new coming in. It's disgusting to even think about it, in my opinion.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually really disappointed by today. I really am by my colleagues. We've worked really hard, listened to a lot of information. I was elected unknown politically because I was known in my community. That is why I got elected into a community board. I was also elected unopposed because I worked bloody hard, like a lot of other people around this table. And now we're sitting there going, oh, we won't have individual ward representation. I actually think it's really important. I think you've got to stand up and be counted in front of those meetings that are really hard. I'm the only councillor, I believe, that went and visited most of those families that were affected in flooding, that had their homes either taken because of the flooding, and we had doctors' certificates, etc., and were in tears. I went with staff. That's because I am a ward councillor, and I believe that is why I got re-elected, because I do the hard yards. I've been listening to this table, and I think some of you have actually forgotten about what we're really doing this for. Anyone in this country can stand for elected office. I left school illiterate. Look where I am. So, you know, I listen to all of this, and, you know, the real world, I know the real world really well, and that's why I can represent all aspects of my community, and I'm really proud to, and I will be supporting Stinker.
Jimmy.
Because this is another kind of the game theory, zero-sum game theory. Two options have the advantage, have a setback. The advantage in large one looks like the elector have a greater choice, like the Melody mentioned earlier, the great choice, flexibility in elections. Also, residents have a large number of councillors to approach with their concerns. But the setback is because while the campaign, is a big area, probably need to spend much time and more the cost. But to the rich people, maybe not too difficult. But to the poor people, maybe it's difficult. Spend much time. Even we have the kind of series hall. This one. But the other one is the kind of the take into account who is your the kind of local councillor. But in that one, we have 3 councillors, all local councillors. But who is truly, to be engaged, accountable? Is still need to consider. This morning, you can see my picture there. I'm the councillor for Hornby. If we have 3, who on behalf of council for Hornby? This will also need to consider this. We think about it. Even now, our local MP, big area, but each electorate is only 1 MP, rather than just 3 MP, etc. So this is my concern. Consider the campaign, particular small areas still can give the people easier, is high quality one, can make it happen. But I'm not disappointed is still regarding the boundary of the community board, each boundary, because even we have 15 times particular emphasis, oh, we change this one, we consider they one feedback, but who knows, this, I still don't know, that's not fully, truly open, transparent. This is my particular concern. I just not agree with the draft, the boundary. But regarding the small one, bigger one, probably compare the advantage setback, I still prefer the small one.
Anyone else? Mike? James. Oh, sorry, James.
Thank you.
Oh, Mike, sorry. And you've got 5 minutes, I think. Is that right? Yep.
Oh, I'll go last. Yeah. I'll go. Okay, not a problem.
Well, I guess firstly I want to respond to some of the comments from councillors that appear a little bit angry about how this debate is shaped up. Look, I've raised numerous times throughout a number of workshops what I believe is actually better and fair representation, and I also like to acknowledge Councillor Goff, who's also done that at times as well. I also signalled at the last workshop that I would be raising an amendment, so it's actually disappointing to hear some of those comments directed at us today. My amendment actually, what it does, it only affects councillors. And if this process through the consultation process and was adopted, we would all still be ward councillors. With the initial proposal, I still support status quo, the community board members being elected at a geographically smaller local level at the grassroots. And I support the initial proposal of having all the community boards being of similar size and makeup. And I support the proposal of Banks Peninsula retaining being an isolated community. I'd also like to acknowledge all the work that has been done. I believe my amendment, although it will need a little bit of tweaking, is only minor tweaking. It won't actually affect the ward boundaries. I do personally have some concerns about the impact on Redwood, but I'm actually happy to go listen to that community on what they think about it themselves. But for a number of reasons, I believe that councillors should be elected across their community board area. So one thing to make clear is this amendment, it does not change the total number of councillors, it doesn't change a population per member, and the work already done on boundaries. It does, however, actually allow for a few important factors that will, I believe, create better and fair representation and encourage people to participate in the election. This amendment provides greater choice for voters. After the election, if residents will have more choice on who to approach for local issues, meaning it's more likely for at least one of the locally elected councillors share the views and values of local residents, and this will actually help improve public engagement. It will allow local councillors to share and work together on local issues while at the same time being still accountable to the people who have elected them. It will spread skill sets of different councillors over a large number of residents. It will encourage people to stand. A number of good people decide not to stand because they see no point running against an incumbent when there's only one position. This in turn may lead to more diversity around the table, both through thought and people diversity. The data across a number of elections show that the average money spent on an election campaign between small and large wards is minimal, and often candidates who spend the most do not get elected. And for those who believe fewer councillor is the way to go, then this would be a lot easier to get to that outcome through the consultation process than actually if we elected to consult on status quo. And finally, I think importantly, the majority of people surveyed did not support retaining status quo of single councillor wards. Thank you.
Thank you. James.
Kia ora. Look, I'm glad I wasn't here for the questions because Councillor Major and I were being productive in our joint wards. But here we are with this on our table, and I'm surprised and disappointed, and I accept what Councillor Davidson just said about raising it at previous workshops, but it's hard to remember what happened because we've had so many workshops on this, 15 according to Councillor Cotter, and we've been out to our staff have been out to community boards, as Councillor Coker has mentioned, and so I think that we have traversed the various options on this representation review. So, as I say, I was surprised and disappointed that we have the amendments and the foreshadowed motion. So that's ironic and rich coming from someone who, speaking of money spent on campaigns, who spent just a little less than Councillor Major, and so being well resourced and having good name recognition is one of the reasons that I'm here, and it worries me that that's how it could end up. And you should be worried that I'm here as well. But I take the, you know, I know I have jokes and laughs and things, but you know, I do take the role really seriously. It's a privilege, it's a responsibility, and I think that we've thrashed this out, and the staff's, I don't agree with the staff's recommendations, but I support them.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, just as a councillor who used to represent an area that was known as Hagley Ferrymaid and looked at the voter turnout statistics, what was really interesting to me was that the Ferrymaid side had a voter turnout of about 65%, and the Hagley side, which is the kind of inner city east, Linwood, central city area, had a 35% voter turnout. If you don't think that's going to make a difference in an election, you know, if you go to at large, then I just can't comprehend that. The reality is that when that happened to the city, when we went from smaller local wards to bigger wards that took in multiple wards and had multiple candidates elected across them, so we went from 24 to 12, and they were still across those bigger wards, you saw quite clearly that the wealthier areas tended to get better representation. So I just think the point that Councillor Coker made should not be lost on anyone. So I do support the idea of local representation, but I mean, I guess I'm in the view, similar agreement with Councillor Daniels. There's been a lot of work done on this. I'm not happy with everything in it. It's a proposal that's getting put out, and let's get it out and let's hear what the people have to say. I think at this late stage, to come up with a new proposal is not really the right thing to do. Otherwise, I'd start moving amendments on all sorts of things, but I'm not going to. I just wanted to make two other comments, which is I'm really sad that the proposal has been to get rid of the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. I don't feel that we've really thought about the options through the process, and so obviously we'll wait and see what the feedback is on that. But that is a thing that I don't see the need to get rid of that community board in its entirety. I understand that there may be needed some changes around which wards make up that community board. And the other thing is there are some quite significant changes that I'm disappointed have not been brought to our attention in any substantial way, particularly for the ward that I represent. But again, I'm happy to hear what the community have to say and go through that process rather than make the amendments today.
Is that the one? Look, thank you very much. I'm actually thrilled with the way the debate's gone. That was a high quality debate. It was, and that was because people actually talk passionately about what it's all about and what drives them, what motivates them, and yes, what gets them re-elected, which is that very direct, upfront and personal connection to their residents. And the way that people conducted that debate, I thought was exemplary. So I'm actually going to thank Councillor Davidson and Councillor Goff for putting other items on the agenda. I don't think that the amendment will pass, but I am going to vote for it simply because I do believe that it would be a very good way of drawing people into the process. The substituted amendment, the foreshadowed motion, that particular one has guaranteed that Akaroa will flood the process with submissions, as they have done before. But my final point is this, and it's really to pick up on Yanni's point, that things will change in the process that we now enter into. And the reason that it will change, and I want to use the example of Akaroa, in 2015, we proposed a Sumner Banks Peninsula ward. That's why there were so many representations from them. That's why we made the changes to the wards that we had gone out and proposed, and that's why the final proposal was able to, withstand the challenge that was made in front of the Local Government Commission. So we're on a journey, and hopefully I will now put the motion, and I'm going to put the amendment first. So those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That is lost.
That was close.
Well and truly.
It didn't sound like it was.
Now we move to the substantive motion. And I'll put that motion.
Can you just be clear, sorry Leanne, just that by vote, if you like the foreshadowed motion, you would vote against
Yes.
the substantive?
Correct.
Just for anyone that...
Yeah.
Just
No,
repeat.
So for you, Pauline...
He has a foreshadowed motion. So the motion is to go out with the initial proposal that we've workshopped. So that's the vote on the table. And what James is saying is that if people would prefer to vote for the foreshadowed motion, then they would vote no to this one.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you said vote yes.
No. All right, so we're all clear. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Just record it. So hands up for no. So Mike, James, Catherine.
Oh, hang on.
It was your debate, Sam.
Phil, and Aaron.
Actually, I'm just against 1C.
Just 1C for Mike.
Yeah.
I don't.
So maybe Mike and Yanni, I think, have got specific ones that they might then...
Yeah, I wanted mine recorded against the community board.
Yeah, that's right, the community
Okay.
board. So there's a community board resolution as well.
Could I ask that we just take a division on that then? 'Cause I want to...
Yeah, we've
Well,
got...
Shall I read out
Is
what
it-
I've got?
Yeah.
Is it too hard? I don't want to...
Councillor Davidson against 1C. Councillor Goff to McDonald, Major and Kieran against the full
You guys just taking names. Thank you.
and Councillor Johansson against the resolutions regarding the community board.
IJ and K.
And we
Yep.
can record that.
IJK. Yeah. Okay.
That's fine, thank you very
Right,
much.
so I declare the, the
L.
what? I declare that carried. And thank you very much to staff for that. And I'll now move that we move into public excluded.
DC's.
Still got the
No?
DGC.
Oh, sorry. My goodness. I thought that we'd finished the agenda. No, we haven't. Okay. The draft development contributions. Who's sitting here waiting to...
Gavin will be here in just a moment.
Gavin will be here in a moment. So the draft development contributions policy. We haven't got a presentation though, have we? So
We have been briefed and everything.
Yeah,
If it
this
would
is
help,
going
I
out
would
for-
move it.
This is going out for consultation.
I'm happy to move. Mike's happy to
move.
second. It's been pretty thoroughly
Seconded
traversed.
by Mike. Is there any discussion?
Aye.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say no. That's
Oh,
carried.
Gavin-
Tell Gavin he doesn't need to come. That's fine. Yeah, no, but we've done a lot of, again, we've done a lot of work. So I'd like to move the resolution to exclude the public set out on the various pages to the agenda and supplementary agenda. Do I have a seconder for that? Jimmy Chen. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried.